For a Monday, we actually have a decent amount of news that I want to be diving into. Obviously, we'll be answering some trade questions. We'll be reviewing some rosters. But before we need to talk about the news that has broken today. Now, obviously, I'm sponsored by Underdog, but to be honest with you, this is the best Twitter account regardless for news. But anyway, looking at this, don't really care about the Seahawks-Jags trade. Maybe this is relevant if you are looking at a potential trade for Travis Etienne. I mean, if the Jacksonville Jaguars are going through and kind of shutting things down, obviously, I don't want to read into it too much. Aiden Hutchinson going down actually should have a pretty big impact on the Lions. Obviously, from a fantasy football perspective, maybe this isn't that big of a deal, but you could read into it saying, oh, okay, well, all of a sudden, if we have fewer Lion leads in the second half, maybe the Lions can't run the ball as much and are forced to throw a little bit more. But honestly, we'd be stretching if we were trying to make that a significant thing. Anthony Richardson will be playing in week 7. I wish this was worded. Anthony Richardson will be starting in week 7, but regardless, A-Rich should be good to go. I think you are going to be lowering your expectations down if you are looking at both Josh Downs as well as Michael Pittman Jr. Now, this is what is big to me. Panthers hoping to activate Jonathan Brooks from IR today will open 21-day practice window. So just because they are activating him from the IR, it does not mean that he will be playing this week. We've seen this with other guys, such as TJ Hawkinson, such as Nick Chubb, where this is effectively just going to make it where Jonathan Brooks is back at practice. He'll have 3 weeks to return. And to my understanding, if he is not returned fully by that 3-week period, then he is no longer eligible to play the entire season. So from what I'm reading here is, I'm reading that Jonathan Brooks will be back at practice this week. I would assume that Brooks does miss week 7, and I would assume that you're most likely looking at Jonathan Brooks coming back in either week 8 or week 9. And y'all know we had Chuba Hubbard in the Sell High video last week saying, well, yes, Hubbard obviously projects out to be a low-end RB1, high-end RB2 every single week. That you have no Jonathan Brooks, and Hubbard has every single freaking touch in this offense. To be honest and to be fair, it's probably a situation in which you should be expecting that we end up seeing a running back by committee once you do get Jonathan Brooks back into this offense. And while Brooks has been great with the 3-down roll, to be completely honest, I personally do not expect that Jonathan Brooks is a running back that is, Chuba Hubbard's been great. I don't expect that Chuba Hubbard's a running back that is talented enough to be in a committee in Carolina to still be a top option in fantasy football. More likely than not, I would expect that neither running back here in Carolina is super exciting as they'll be operating in a committee. But honestly, by the time we get to the fantasy football playoffs and weeks 15, 16, 17, I would be expecting that the guy that they just drafted in the middle of round 2 is actually the starting running back for them, whereas Chuba Hubbard is probably a little bit on the way out. So, I mean, if Brooks misses this week, which is a high probability, Chuba Hubbard is somebody that you still need to start. Harrison says, would you trade Chuba Hubbard, and if so, for who? I mean, obviously, we had Chuba Hubbard as a sell-high candidate last week, but the thing is this week, now that everybody sees this news and now that everybody's going to be talking about it, it will be much tougher to sell Chuba Hubbard. Cooper Kupp could return in week 7. If you're looking at Cooper Kupp, if he's back in, he's in your starting lineup. He's missed 3 weeks. The Rams opted to not put him on the IR. And now actually gets the 4th week rest because of the bye week as well. So it does seem like Kupp is most likely going to be back this week. And if he is, Kupp will be somebody that you look to start. Puka Nacua is not going to be practicing this week. So Puka is far from returning. So if you do get Kupp in, Kupp's probably immediately a top 10 wide receiver. Going over, don't really care about the Commanders' defensive tackle. Stefanski on why he's not changing quarterbacks. I think Deshaun continues to give us the best chance to win. LOL. Jerome Ford considered week to week. And what we actually saw previously is Nick Chubb looks like he will be returning in week 7. So with the Jerome Ford injury, and on top of that, with the situation that you have going on with Nick Chubb, I think that Ford is a player that you could really consider dropping, to be honest. Tajee Spears slated to miss week 7. This is going to make it where Tony Pollard is an absolute must-start running back this next week. He probably will be a top 12 option in our rankings in a full PPR format. And then outside of that, I don't know if we have too many more blurbs. Wicks considered week to week. So, I mean, here, Jaden Reed continues to be a must-start guy. You should still expect that we get some random pop-offs, specifically from what you have with Romeo Doubs as well as Christian Watson. But also, Sean Tucker does deserve more opportunities. He had the most rushing yards of any player in week 6. So this is actually probably concerning for both Rachaad White and Bucky Irving, where if this does turn into a 3-man running back by committee, it's a lot tougher to be excited about anybody here. I think that should be it for the news. Concussion, Tua won't be playing week 7, which is expectation, right, for the timeline that he went on IR. But honestly, I think the weeks that we're going to be expecting that Tua possibly comes back in would be weeks 8 or 9. So like we said, I do want to reiterate that you are more likely than not wanting to go through and trade for Achane, trade for Tyreek if you can pick him up on the cheap. Travis Etienne is considered week to week. Sure. Joe Burrow, blah, blah, blah. And all this is from the games before. So I think that should be the majority of the news that we have from the games. From the blurbs today. Obviously, we're going to go through, we're going to look at a lot of real fantasy football trades right now. We're going to look at a lot of real fantasy football teams as well, including this free team review for DJJP Williams. This is Tua Turn the Ball Over. Now, of course, if you ever wanted to get a team review, if you ever wanted to get a start-sit question answered, really, if you wanted any personal advice, you can always get that through flockfantasy.com. All you have to do is go over to the sites, and then there you can go up to the button in the top right corner that says expert advice. You can send in a trade question, start set question, super message, or team review. And you can do this at any time of any day, and it will be answered in that live stream that night. And you don't even have to be there in the live stream to get your answer, because the answer is going to be clipped and sent to you directly through flockfantasy.com as well. So if you wanted to ask a question during the stream and then leave, you don't have to worry. Your question will be sent to you. And same thing, if you just want to watch, you never want to watch a live stream. You just want to watch the clip of your question getting answered. You can go ahead and get that through flockfantasy.com. Now, of course, if you wanted a team review, I would highly recommend taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy. It will be by far and away the cheapest way to get a team review for you. And that's if you go over to Underdog Fantasy, which is the main sponsor of this channel, and you use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, on top of that, you're going to be getting a free team review in the live stream that we are doing every single night. And whenever you sign up to Underdog with code FLOCK, you're always going to be getting a free pick. It just depends on the day that you sign up, the free pick that you'll get. So like if you sign up before the game today, it's not going to be the free Joe Burrow pick anymore. You would actually have needed to sign up before Sunday to get that one. Instead, it will actually be the free Josh Allen pick. But regardless, you should be getting a free pick as long as you use promo code FLOCK with your first deposit. But let's move over and let's actually get to some of these teams and some of these questions. Our first one with DJJP Williams, Turn the Ball Over. This is one of those free Underdog team reviews. This is currently the 6th team in the league analyzer. So we are a team that's right in the middle of the road here. And honestly, as we look at these team reviews, we'll probably be updating our rankings as we go on. But we are 4-1 going into this week. This does appear to be a team that we are rostering 3 quarterbacks. Now, I know that seems like a lot, but if you just go through and if you think through this logically, it's a roster in which you had Sam Darnold on bye. You have Tua on the IR. So if Tua's on the IR, you're not really rostering 3 QBs. More so, you are rostering a total of 2. Caleb Williams is going to be on the bye week this next week. Obviously, we're expecting to start Sam Darnold in week 7. I guess we can still roster both quarterbacks, right? And then when Tua comes off the IR, whether that's week 8, week 9, week 10, we don't know exactly when it's going to be. But whenever Tua does come off the IR, then at that point, you could choose your favorite quarterback to pair him alongside with Caleb or Darnold and cut the other guy at that point. For me personally, I think I would rather have Caleb rest of season in fantasy football, just given the rushing upside that Caleb gives you that you're probably not going to be getting from Sam Darnold. Now, going over to running back, we are currently rolling with Kamara, Jonathan Taylor, Braylon Allen, and Alexander Mattison. So we have 2 top 10 running backs long-term. Obviously, the injury to Derek Carr is a little bit frustrating for Alvin Kamara. The injury to Jonathan Taylor is a little bit frustrating for Jonathan Taylor fantasy owners. But regardless, I mean, if we are sitting here with this squad, we can say pretty confidently that we're chilling at running back. I definitely would go ahead and pick up Rachaad White off the waiver wire for completely free. I mean, I think if you could go through and if you could just not even package a trade together. I think you could just drop Yoshivash and pick up Rachaad White off the waiver wire. Well, White obviously is a player that has fallen a tremendous amount, a player dealing with his own injury and possibly now in a 3-man running back by committee. He still does have the path to being the starting running back here for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, while at the same time, you can look at Rachaad White as a running back that is a capable pass catcher in a great offense. So would I go out there and trade for him? Probably not. If he's completely free and you can just pick him up off the waiver wire, I do think it's probably worth doing if you just have to drop Yoshivash. I'm going over to receivers. We have Devonta Smith, Amari Cooper, Keenan Allen. I'm really surprised this team is 4-1 with the wide receiver room that we have. I would actually imagine that that's a lot to do with the Alvin Kamara production that you've seen so far this season. But honestly, what I would probably look to do here is I think you could go ahead and actually look to pick up Juju Smith-Schuster off the waiver wire for completely free as well. I think that the way that you could possibly go about this is, one, deciding now between the quarterbacks that you like. I mean, it's tough because Caleb's on bye. Caleb's the guy that I probably would prefer, right? So, I mean, if you're looking at dropping a quarterback, maybe that's a little bit tougher. But maybe instead, if you wanted to go through and if you wanted to drop Pat Freiermuth and pick up Juju Smith-Schuster, I think that could be advantageous because keep in mind, we are looking at the drop of Yoshivash to pick up Rachaad White, thinning out our wide receiver room just a little bit more. And I'm not super confident in starting Amari Cooper as our wide receiver 2 rest of season. Now, going over to tight ends, we have Pitts, we have Freiermuth. I just personally don't see a world in which you're ever going through and starting Pat Freiermuth over Kyle Pitts. So personally, I would rather just go ahead, cut Pat Freiermuth, roll with Pitts. When we get to the Pitts bye week, then at that point you can go ahead and you can look to pick up another tight end off the waiver wire. And if you were saying, well, you know what, Mason, I'm fine at wide receiver, I really don't need to pick up Juju Smith-Schuster, then in that case, what you could actually do instead is you could just drop Pat Freiermuth and pick up TJ Hawkinson, a player that maybe has a little more upside and an option that's coming out of his bye week this week and could be back in Minnesota as well. So overall, in terms of trades, I don't really see many with this team. It seems like we've already built around the studs and duds approach, which is kind of exactly what I'm doing here in a league where you start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. The primary adjustment that I'd be making with this roster is not so much any trades, not really making 2-for-1 deals to get upgrades elsewhere. Like the wide receiver depth is already extremely thin as is. I think it's just some minor pivots that we are going to have with the bottom end rostered guys, and instead looking at some of the options that you can get off the waiver wire, such as Rachaad White, TJ Hawkinson, and Juju Smith-Schuster. But I think that's all I have for you. Again, I really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way here. And yeah, congrats on being 4-1. I'd imagine that maybe this week it was actually, no, we started Caleb. So honestly, Pitts had himself a day as well. Smith scores a touchdown. Maybe this team's even 5-1 at this point. So really do think that you're probably in a fine spot, to be honest. Now let's move this over. Demo says, is there any way to get a $10 team review if my state doesn't allow Underdog? So of course, if you wanted that team review, I'm sorry, the cheapest way to get it is with that Underdog promo. If you live in like Nevada, Hawaii, Washington, I think those are the states that don't have Underdog. Maybe there are 2 or 3 others. What you could do is if you liked all the tools that you had on the site, you could go through and you could get an annual Mother Flocker subscription with code FLOCK. And then every year you would get a free team review voucher as well. But I'm already live streaming for 5 hours a day. I'm very sorry. If we were to just like price team reviews at $10, I would either have to one, stream for 24 hours a day, which just is not reasonable. I'm already losing my voice as is. Or two, just spend significantly less time on each team. And I want to try to provide the most value that I can. And I want to try to give the best answers to each team review I can as well. So if you're visiting a state that has Underdog, you can definitely use promo code FLOCK then. But Mason K coming out with a trade question. This is Josh Jacobs and Deontay Johnson versus Drake London. So I still do view Jacobs as that low-end RB1, high-end RB2 rest of season, somebody that we're starting kind of every single week, regardless of the matchup here. Obviously, this should be a very good offense for the Green Bay Packers. Jacobs is going to have a role as a receiver as well. Deontay Johnson looks like a locked and loaded alpha target. So this is a tough spot overall. I mean, if this was a league in which depth was important, I actually probably would take the Jacobs and Deontay Johnson side. However, looking at your team here, this is a team in which we are pretty loaded. At the same time, the league analyzer saying it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. So if it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, typically any opportunity we get to make that 2-for-1 deal and get that improvement inside the starting lineup is something that we should probably be looking to do. So it's not an easy spot at all. If it was a 12-team league with multiple flex spots, like if this was the Flock League, I would honestly really prefer having the Jacobs and Deontay Johnson side because I feel super confident about both of those guys being every week starters. But specifically because this is a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, super shallow format where we don't necessarily need to worry about finding the most amount of starters to get in our lineup. But instead, we are 99% of the time just looking for the best option that you could possibly have. I think here it maybe makes a little bit more sense to just go ahead and take the best player with Drake London. Super close deal. I don't think you're winning this trade by a massive margin anyway. I mean, either way, if you were on the fence for it and you were just looking for, a second opinion from me, I probably would advise you just to keep what you have. But if you were really wanting to make this trade, I think you can because you are getting the best player in the deal. Now, let's move this over to our next question. This one's coming out from Vader. This is a trade question here where you were sending Debo Samuel, Jaden Reed, and Tony Pollard for Marvin Harrison, Achane, and Rome Odunze. So Pollard, you get the massive bump. And now that we hear that Spears is week to week, I actually think that we do move Tony Pollard up our rest of season rankings here. Obviously, we tinker with these rest of season rankings just absolutely constantly. I already put out an update last night after the games, but I mean, it's 2 a.m. while I'm doing this, right? So it's really just an instant reaction. But now that you already have Pollard through the bye, as well as no Tajay Spears as well, I think I would move Tony Pollard ahead of DeAndre Swift in the rest of season ranks. With Debo versus Harrison, I think it is very close. In the short term, I'd for sure prefer Debo Samuel. In the long term, I think you could make an argument for Marvin Harrison, but they are pretty much a wash. We have them ranked at 34 and 35 overall in our rest of season ranks. I think Jaden Reed to Rome Odunze is a massive downgrade. Pollard to Achane's a pretty big upgrade. Can y'all please spam the chat? What side are you going to be going with? And also, we are about to hit 100 likes on this live stream. Please, if you have not done so already, go down there, hit that like button. When we hit 200 likes on the stream, we'll pivot over and start answering the free chat questions as well. Okay. We got a vote for Debo, second vote for Debo, 3 votes for the Debo side, 1 vote Achane, 4 votes Debo, 2 votes Achane. And then, yeah, some more coming in with the Debo. And if that's the side that we have as well, I think you just go ahead and hold on to it. Unless maybe you were like a 5-1 team and you were saying, Mason, really the only thing I care about is the fantasy football playoff upside, then maybe at that point you could consider more so the Harrison and Achane's. Now, going over to High Wattage says, I have Love, Montgomery, Brian Robinson, Najee, Ford, Olave, Wilson, Chase, Devonta Smith, DJ Moore, in a 12-team PPR format. So Najee, now that you have Jalen Warren back in, is going to be a little bit less exciting for me. Obviously, we had him pretty high in our rankings this past week, but that was really just based off what you were looking at specifically with the matchup against the Las Vegas Raiders. And I think Achane is by far and away the best player in the deal. If you're telling me that we have Wilson, Chase, Devonta Smith, DJ Moore, and Chris Olave, we have so much wide receiver depth. It looks like it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league that I would go ahead and I would pivot to Devon Achane. But I'm personally expecting that you end up with Tua back into this offense, which obviously does skew things here. Now moving over to Ben's Mafia. This is a massive trade question. Says, just picked up Chase last week. I'm 5-1 with the most points scored in the league. Trade also includes me giving up the Broncos defense. I really like it, but worried about the running back position. What are your thoughts? Well, always excited to see you, my friend. So looking at this, Jerome Ford is a running back that needs to fall even further in our rest of season ranks now that we hear the injury updates, as well as the fact that we have Nick Chubb coming back in this next week. So honestly, I would rather have Benson. I'd rather have Tracy. I think Ford's in the range of the waiver wire options that are borderline barely worth the roster spot, such as Sermon, Gibson, Wright, Ray Davis. So I'm kind of viewing Jerome Ford as an absolute zero in this deal. I'm very close to being there with Alexander Mattison as well, where it's not like you can trust Madison with any type of realistic confidence. And that's with no Zamir White. So when you get Zamir White back in, I think you have to be even more concerned that Alexander Mattison will continue to trend in the wrong direction here. Bijan to Justin Jefferson is a clear upgrade. Burrow to Dak Prescott is a clear downgrade. I think I would probably just go with the best player in the deal, though. We're 5-1 with the most points scored. Looking at our running back room, we are going to be going into the future with Jordan Mason, CMC, and that's about it. So I don't love it for you. Maybe if they have a different running back than Alexander Mattison and Jerome Ford that they could include. If they keep these names and throw in DeAndre Swift instead, then this would be just an absolute no-brainer for us. Whereas the previous one, I think you are getting the better value side, and it would come down to, are you confident with your ability to go through and find a waiver wire option later? Now, moving this over for C. Jessic. This is Breece Evans versus Olave Jefferson. So Evans to Olave, massive downgrade. Wide receiver 14 to wide receiver 28. Breece to Jefferson, big time upgrade from 12 overall to 7 overall. This is a linked team, so we can see at running back, we have Pollard, Kareem Hunt, Nick Chubb, Kyron Williams. So we do have plenty of running back help. Honestly, if we could get away with maybe keeping Mike Evans and instead trading T. Higgins, I think that this would be a deal I would like a lot more. So I think this would be my counter to it, where we would try to give them Breece, Higgins versus Jefferson and Olave. You could do the other one if you really wanted to, but I think you're kind of in the position of strength here with this other team really, really needing the running back help with Jerome Ford effectively turning into a zero. But Celeru coming out with one of those free Underdog team reviews. Really appreciate you. Going to be excited to check this out. And of course, if y'all wanted any of those free Underdog, if you wanted a free Underdog team review and for your team on ESPN, Sleeper, Yahoo, wherever you play, just go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK. You can find the link in the description as well as the link in the comment section. Code FLOCK is actually going to be getting you a free Josh Allen pick, more than less than half a total yard. And at the same time, you'll get that free team review in the live stream that we're doing every single night, like what we're doing here for Celeru. But this is a league where you can see right away with the league analyzer. We have the heavy favorites at the top, and then the garbage teams at the bottom. Now, we are CD's nuts, so we are one of those three juggernauts at the top, right? There are those three teams at the top, and then really beyond that, 4 through 10, more so. I mean, 8 through 10 are garbage. 4 through 7 are all right, I guess. But yeah, those three teams at the top where you can see that they just have so much value rest of season, they're also 5-0, 4-1, and 4-1 as well. So going through and checking out the squad, we maybe lost this week with the complete collapse of Dak Prescott. We had an impressive game from Bowers. Obviously, we still have Wilson and Breece to go tonight, so who knows what ends up happening here. But quarterback, we had Dak Prescott as the sell high guy back after the 30-point Baltimore performance. Mainly just saying, you know what, the difference between Dak Prescott and a streaming option in fantasy, because Dak's not going to have the rushing upside, isn't that far off. Looking at the quarterbacks you have on the waiver wire, you have guys like Justin Fields out there. So I would definitely be trying to pick up Justin Fields this week. Now, obviously, the difficult part of this is with Dak Prescott, he's on bye. So obviously we need a quarterback to play. If you were to go through and if you were to drop Dak, then at that point, somebody immediately runs to pick him up. But to pick up a quarterback this week for you, who are you going to drop here? Are you going to drop Tyler Algier? You can't drop Lad McConkey. You can't drop Roma Dunze. You really can't drop any of these players. So the main question comes down to, would you drop Dak Prescott just to pick up a quarterback for this week? Or would you rather hold on to Dak Prescott with the long-term upside? I have no idea what the answer to that question is, to be honest. I think that the easy thing to say is, hell, it's a 10-team league where we are absolutely loaded. If we can sell depth in a 2-for-1 deal to get an upgrade inside the starting lineup, it's for sure something that we are wanting to do. Going over to running back, I really like where we're at with Breece and Bijan Robinson. The main thing that I want to be eyeing in on with these backs is we don't have any depth behind them. We have Braylon Allen and Tyler Algier essentially just as handcuffs. So we're rostering 4 running backs for really only 2 slots possible, if that makes sense. I mean, I would love to also look to grab a running back or 2 off the waiver wire to build up our depth. In terms of the waiver wire options that we have Madison, Spears, Warren, Roschon. I actually need to be moving Spears down our rest of season ranks a bit. Now that he's week to week, I would rather have like the premium handcuff options like Tyler Algier ahead of him. I'd probably move up Algier here a bit as well. But nonetheless, I think if you were looking to pick up a running back, the guy's probably Alexander Madison. But the issue is similar to what we have, say, with our quarterback dilemma. Who could we possibly look to drop from this team? Going over to wide receiver, we have 2 top 10 options. We have Lamb and Wilson. Wilson currently leading the NFL in targets. We have DJ Moore, Tank Dell, Brandon Ayuk, Roma Dunze, Lad McConkey. Plenty of depth here to fill in for those. I mean, you can start 4 receivers weekly. I know this is very generic and I know this is very boring advice, but I think the clear move that you would have with a roster like this is if you could potentially just take like DJ Moore, Tank Dell, Brandon Ayuk, DJ Moore, Brandon Ayuk, really any combination of these 2 wide receivers, just to get a slightly better wide receiver for that flex spot. I think it's an absolute no-brainer for you, not necessarily because you really need to go out and you really need to get an upgrade there, but more so because you're in a situation in which we need to be opening up roster spots so we can bring in some of these options that are potentially exciting off of the waiver wire. Like, I mean, even going over to what you have, say, with the wide receivers on waivers, you have guys like Josh Downs, Keon Coleman sitting out there on the waiver wire right now. Juju Smith-Schuster, Christian Watson. So I really would look to see if we could make those 2-for-1 deals, upgrade at wide receiver, opening up more roster spots for us, find a team that needs the depth where we have it all. You could look to sell DJ Moore and Dak Prescott to get an elite level quarterback in here. And that would also open up a roster spot for us, because if you can sell DJ Moore, Dak Prescott, and pivot over to a quarterback like Jalen Hurts somehow, some way, then you can pick up Keon Coleman off the waiver wire for completely free. I mean, that would be beautiful. But obviously, it's a great team. It's 4-1. It's near the top of the league analyzer with the other juggernauts. Just for fun, let me see this team. This team is Henry, Walker, Swift, St. Brown, A.J. Brown, Reed. This team is goated. But anyway, I really hope I was able to help you out in some way. Again, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. Now, let's move this over to our next question. This is going to be from Antonio. It says, we have Richardson and think Waddle will pop up with Tua back. Don't know if it's worth it. I think you are paying too much. I mean, I have Jalen Waddle. I think I would sell him for a package like this. And I agree with you. I think Waddle's going to be a lot better with Tua back. I think the deal that I'd probably look to make here instead is if you could keep Kyler and I don't see Richardson on this team. Oh, never mind. I'm an idiot. I'm reading this the wrong way. Actually, I do like this deal. I actually would trade Jalen Waddle for Kyler Murray and George Pickens if Anthony Richardson is our current QB. So ignore me. I'm sorry. I had a little bit of a brain fart. Yes, we want to make this trade. And yes, while I agree that I think Waddle does have a lot of upside, once Tua does come back in, this is a perfectly good price point to cash out at. Now, moving this over to Amon Jots. It's a trade question where we're sending Terry McLaurin, Nico Collins, and we are receiving Marvin Harrison, Tyreek Hill. Well, I'd rather have Harrison over McLaurin rest of season, and I'd rather have Tyreek over Collins rest of season. So it's a very, very easy trade to make. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take the Harrison and Tyreek side. I wouldn't think twice. Now, Armin coming out with one of those free Underdog team reviews. Appreciate you. I'm going to be excited to check this out. This is Victim of Nate's Racism is the team name. Nate, you got to get your life together. We are the 8th team in the league analyzer. It looks like there is one juggernaut squad, and then outside of that, everybody is about the same, at least from 2 through 10, and then you get the teardrop down to the bottom 2 teams here. Right now, we are currently 4-1, so absolutely love to see it. And actually, I'm going to take that back. The league analyzer is not doing you any favors here, because the league analyzer is using values as if this is a 1 quarterback format. This appears to be a super flex league. So with this being a super flex league, let's throw all of that out the window. And also, Armin, if you are in this live chat, please let me know. I'd have a couple additional questions to ask you. But starting off with this being a super flex league, we have Allen, Kyler, Daniel Jones. So Josh Allen, Kyler Murray, both top 10 quarterbacks rest of season. We have 2 QB1s that we're able to just jam into our lineup every single week. This gives us a significant edge over the rest of the fields. And Daniel Jones has shown enough upside, especially when you get Malik Neighbors back in, that he would be more than capable in filling in for a bye. He would be more than capable in filling in for an injury. So honestly, phenomenal QB room, and I think this puts you in a great, great spot. Now going over to running back, as it looks, David Montgomery looks like he's an RB1 in fantasy. Obviously, James Conner, Jordan Mason, probably a little more short-term options than long-term. But as we sit here, this is a phenomenal running back room. Now, I do definitely think that there are some moves that we can be looking to make at the very bottom end of this roster. The first thing that I would look to do is, even with the James Cook injury, I would go ahead and I would cut Ty Johnson. I would also cut Clyde Edwards-Helaire. I think you have better running backs off the waiver wire here. You have Benson, you have Jalen Wright, Hell, I'd even rather have Ray Davis, Blake Corum, Kamani Vidal. I'm assuming Keaton Mitchell's on our IR. If Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Ty Johnson are on our active roster, let's cut CEH, Ty Johnson for Trey Benson, for Jalen Wright. I think we can hold on to Trey Sermon until you officially get Jonathan Taylor healthy and good to go. Going over to wide receiver, we have a solid wide receiver 1, a solid wide receiver 2. Beyond that, the depth is very questionable. So while typically we don't really care much about wide receiver depth, looking at the waiver wire, I guess Michael Wilson would be the best name that you have, but still probably not super excited about it. Because our running back room is relatively deep, and at the same time, this probably is going to be a team that is 5-1 after this week based off the David Montgomery performance. I think that you're in a situation in which you actually can afford to sell that short-term running back that's absolutely crushing it right now, but possibly if CMC comes back in, his value goes poof, turns to dust, it just completely vanishes. I think you could look to sell Jordan Mason and get back a relevant wide receiver that we're a little more excited about in the long term. To go through and look at some of the teams that have the worst running back rooms in this league, this team had the Isaiah Pacheco injury. Jaleel McLaughlin's their current third running back. So, maybe selling Jordan Mason and pivoting over to DK Metcalf for your squad, I think could make a lot of sense. This team is currently dealing with the CMC injury. Rachaad White, Zach Moss, both maybe just lost their respective jobs. Now, obviously, the issue is this team is weird as hell. They don't really have a viable wide receiver for us to trade for. But, if you could somehow swindle them and send them Jordan Mason and Mark Andrews to get to George Kittle, I think that would make a lot of sense as well because we have the running back depth where we can afford it. And then, going over to tight ends, we are looking at Mark Andrews as somebody that you're probably not able to consistently rely upon rest of season. The waiver wire has nobody at tight end, though. So, honestly, if you wanted to sell one of the short-term depth running backs and get a long-term upgrade at tight ends, I think that could be something that you look to do in this league, but not necessarily something that you have to do. But I think that's all I have for you. Again, thank you so much for being a member of the flock, supporting the channel. This is a phenomenal team, especially in a super flex league. I think you make the swaps with the bottom end running backs to the guys that are top of waivers. And also, I think that you're going to go through and potentially try to sell one of the depth running back pieces to get a viable third receiver or a viable tight end. But yeah, thank you again for everything. Now let's move this over and get some more trade questions. Now we are about 5 likes away from hitting 200 likes in the stream. And once we hit 200 likes in the live stream, we will pivot over and start answering some of the free questions in the chat. But 10 Philip Martin says, looking to go 3-3 by the end of the week. Need a running back too. Natty chip season. Hook 'em horns. Hook 'em horns, my guy. Looking at this, we are going from Pitts to Laporta. It's an upgrade. How big of an upgrade? I don't know. Going from Worthy to Dobbins, to be honest with you, I probably need to tinker with the overall rankings here on flockfantasy.com to make sure that we have J.K. Dobbins ahead of Xavier Worthy. Because I would rather have Dobbins ahead of Worthy. I'd rather have Dobbins over Amari. I'd rather have him over Ayuk. I'd rather have him over Dell. I'd rather have him over Olave. I think he moves up to 60 at the very minimum. I think Nick Chubb I'd probably prefer over Worthy at this point as well. Same thing with Chuba over Mahomes. But nonetheless, if we're looking at this, I think going from Worthy to Dobbins is an upgrade. Pitts to Laporta, slight upgrade / lateral move. We're paying Braylon Allen to get it done. I think it is a very fair price point if you were wanting to make this trade. Now, Captain Moist Beard in the chat says, would you go Juju Smith-Schuster over Worthy? I probably wouldn't be looking at Juju over Worthy. We can talk about Worthy here for just a little bit longer, but Xavier Worthy obviously hasn't had the target hog type role that you would look for. He's not seeing 8-9 targets a game consistently. Obviously, we've only had one real game with the Rashee Rice injury, but even in that contest, you didn't see it there either. But the thing with Worthy is he's still in an offense that we would expect to be very efficient coming out of the bye, while at the same time, what you historically see with these rookie receivers is they continue to expand their roles and they continue to get more productive as the season goes on. So while Worthy maybe has slow down just a bit. I think Worthy's still going to be completely fine. I really don't have any hesitation with Worthy here, to be honest with you. But let's move over and answer some of the free questions that we have in the live chats. Ben says, need Breece to get a 20 bomb tonight. If it's a full PPR format, I like your odds. With Breece, it's such a tough situation in which, with the coaching staff change, they are saying that they are wanting to run the ball a little bit more. But in my mind, it's not that Breece Hall wasn't getting enough volume on why he's been very disappointing in fantasy. In my mind, the reason that Breece has been very disappointing in fantasy is because he just hasn't been efficient, and this offense has not been efficient overall. So I don't really care if they run the ball a little bit more. I just think we need the sustained drives. I just think that you need more trips to the red zone. And then in that case, maybe we get better days ahead for Breece Hall, which obviously it's very difficult to know if that is going to be the case. And maybe I don't even want to say tonight, because a lot of times what we see, at least in my mind, maybe I'm making this up, is it feels like whenever you have a dramatic change at either quarterback or with the head coach, if the team was kind of out of it, if the team was just puttering along, getting beaten down, you will get a little bit of a bounce back. And that I think maybe the guys are just more into it. It breathes life into a team, regardless of if like I don't think Andy Dalton is that good of a quarterback. Obviously, Bryce Young is just a train wreck. But going from like Bryce Young to Andy Dalton, you actually see across the board the team play better. Going back over to what you had with the change in Las Vegas with the coaching staff last year. When you have the change with the coaching staff, it gives the team kind of a second life. So I'm excited to see what the Jets do tonight, but that's probably just me. Superstar says, I need Josh Allen to outscore Breece by 13. Hopefully non-PPR format. The way it says, suit stream, excited for the helmet stream soon. We do have the nice helmet in the background. We got to find a way next year to show this off a little better. But we got this beautiful, beautiful helmet. You can see how my head is massive. Look how big this thing is. In comparison, dear God, this thing is freaking a beast, which is just beautiful, 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 beautiful. But moving over to our next question. Hunter says, do we drop Tracy now? I don't think you drop Tracy until we know that Devin Singletary is back for sure. Until we see Kraft. CC Products says the Flog website only shows one of my 2025 rookie picks. We're probably just having an issue with Sleeper in that case. So if you send a message in the site issues, hopefully one of the developers can help you out. Okay. Striker says, will Garrett Wilson score 18 points in a full PPR format? I think it's a shot to. I mean, if you are looking at Garrett Wilson, he is leading the NFL in targets currently. You can go ahead and you can look at actually what the projections are on Underdog. Underdog, we actually took the Garrett Wilson higher than 58.5 receiving yards last night. It looks like that is up to 60.5 now. But Underdog is Garrett Wilson, higher, lower, 11.75 fantasy points. So Underdog has Wilson not hitting 18, but Underdog's also a half PPR format as well. So probably a little bit closer in a full PPR. Chris says, what are your favorite picks for tonight on Underdog? My favorite pick on Underdog was the Garrett Wilson, higher than 58.5 receiving yards. I don't know if I like it as much now that it's gotten moved up to 60.5, but it is what it is. Let's see. Christian says, is dropping Dak to the waiver wire crazy? He's on bye, and I don't feel comfortable starting Fields against the Jets. I don't think it's crazy to drop Dak Prescott to the waiver wire, which feels crappy. But I mean, when we talked about having Dak Prescott as the sell high candidate a few weeks back, when he's coming off the 30-point performance, the argument was if you play the matchups with the waiver wire, the gap between that player you're looking at and Dak Prescott's not going to be massive. And now you have Dak on bye, coming off just an absolute piss poor performance. I personally would probably say that you shouldn't drop Dak Prescott, obviously, if you can avoid it. But I understand the thought process in saying, well, Mason, I'm going to have to go through. I'm going to have to pick up Caleb Williams. Caleb's on bye. I'm going to have to pick up Justin Fields, and I'm going to play Fields this week as a streamer. And if I don't drop Dak, I'm going to have to drop Tyler Algier. There, in that case, like, it does make somewhat sense to just go through and commit to streaming quarterbacks into the future. Okay. The Treefish says odds that Ingram is tied in 1 rest of season. In my mind, probably pretty low. The issue that you have with Evan Ingram is his touchdown rate has been low historically. And at the same time, this is a Jags offense in which we don't expect there to be a ton of touchdowns in the first place. So for that reason, I'm probably still on the Trey McBride, still on the Travis Kelce, still on the George Kittle bandwagon for tight end 1. Think that they just have a little more touchdown upside. Stu says, who's winning? I have a 17-point lead in James Cook. He has Breece Hall. Definitely. I don't say definitely, but most likely you. Nick says, thoughts on dropping Wicks or Leggett? I think you can drop Wicks before you drop Leggett. I mean, in Green Bay, you just have so many different receivers that are viable. Obviously, Dontavian Wicks now week to week with his injury. Leggett scores the touchdown this week, but at the same time, Deontay Johnson is still just the continued alpha in this offense. And clearly you're more excited about the Packers offense than you are the Panthers offense going into the future. But it's not like the Panthers have a garbage team. Mixed Marshall Fart says, is Nick Chubb a start this week? I will probably rank Nick Chubb around RB 30 or so off the top of my head. The thing is, now that you have no Jerome Ford, it's definitely more appealing to start Nick Chubb his first week back. But if you could look to just wait a bit, I personally would. But let's move this over and let's answer some more of the questions that we have through the site. Obviously, we're going to get through all the questions on the site. If you submitted one, don't worry at all. I promise you it will get answered. And of course, if you wanted to ask any questions through flogfantasy.com, you can always go over to flogfantasy.com. You can find the link to the site in the live chat. You can hit the expert advice button in the top right corner. There, you can actually ask a team review, start sit question, a trade question, or send a super message, whatever you are wanting to do there. Now, of course, if you wanted a team review, what I would recommend is actually going over to Underdog Fantasy. It will be by far and away the cheapest way to get a team review. And if you use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you're going to be getting the free team review in the live stream that we are doing every single day. And you're going to be getting a free Josh Allen pick in the game tonight, which you can find that link in the live chat as well. Now, let's move this over to our next question. This is going to be coming out from Ethan. This is a trade question where we are sending everybody for everybody. I will tell you right away, these are the worst type of trades. Why the hell are we thinking, oh, okay, yeah, I know I drafted this team, but why don't I trade my 6 best players for their 6 best players? Makes absolutely no sense. Going from Tyreek to Chase is an upgrade. Bijan to Aaron Jones is a downgrade. Walker to Aaron Jones is a downgrade. Kincaid to Travis Kelce is an upgrade. Tank Dell to Joe Burrow. Kincaid to Kelce is an upgrade. Chase the best player on the deal. I'm not saying the Bijan side has more value when I mark this as the winner. I'm just saying, why the hell would you make a trade like this? There's no way that you ever find yourself in a situation in which And this is a win-win deal for both parties. It makes no sense to look to make trades like this. I don't know, maybe I'm just an old grouch at this point, but whenever you make a fantasy football trade, we should be trying to find something that can make sense and actually improve both teams. When it's just, hey, I'll give you my 6 best players for your 6 players. What's the point here? Now, going over to Pack Attack, this is one of those free Underdog team reviews. Here we are the second team in the league analyzer. We have a little group of 3 at the top. Then we have the mid-tier here in the middle. And then we have the guys with no hope at the very end. Now, I will point out that this is a Dynasty Start 11 Superflex format. So this is a super, super deep league. We are 5-0, so we should for sure be looking to try to contend this season. And looking at what we have here at quarterback, we have Mahomes, we have Kyler, we have 2 QBs that we are able to start every single week. Obviously, if we are looking at the QB3 spot, we end up getting Gardner Minshew bench. So at this point, we don't really have a QB3. But still, it's not inherently the end of the world. If you really needed a quarterback to fill in, I mean, especially that we're through Mahomes' bye. Since we're through the Patrick Mahomes bye, you almost have no reason at this point to go through and look to trade to get a QB3 in here, even with this being a super flex league. Now, going over to what we have with running back. We are currently sitting with Jonathan Brooks, who looks to be potentially coming back. Josh Jacobs, J.K. Dobbins. So Jacobs, Dobbins are the short-term contending assets. Jonathan Brooks adds a little bit of the depth to this running back room in the short term. But obviously, the exciting part about it is if you're looking at what you have with Brooks in the long term. But outside of that, running back depth is very questionable. It's good that we're getting Brooks back in. Now, going over to receiver, we have the cornerstone pieces, the guys that you're able to contend around both in the short term as well as the long term. We have Malik Neighbors, Jalen Waddle, Jaden Reed, Jordan Addison. And you can throw Jamison Williams into this mix as well. Now, obviously, we do need to update the Dynasty rankings here. We don't update the Dynasty rankings as often as we update the redraft rankings this time of year. But overall, it's a start 11 format. This is the same kind of league that I play in all my Dynasty leagues. Start 11, super flex, 12 teamers, where I typically as well like to build around wide receivers because you can just go out there and jam 6 wide receivers into your lineup every single week. So absolutely love what we have at wide receiver here. I think it fits the construction perfectly. Going over to what you have out running, at tight end, we have Trey McBride, who's a cornerstone asset. He's a tight end that you can start every single week, regardless of the matchup. So it's a 5-0 roster where you have exactly what you're looking for at quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight ends. I don't think it's a spot where we need to sell any of our future picks. Obviously, if we were to get an injury to Mahomes, if we were to get an injury to Kyler, then at that point, we immediately go through and sell our 2025 first to bring in a veteran quarterback to keep us competitive. But there's just no reason to go pay up for that QB3 right now, especially as we're through the Mahomes bye and we more likely than not can just start Patrick Mahomes and Kyler Murray every week. But I mean, overall, this is a great team. I wish that there was something that I could do for you, but I think you are really set up nicely from a roster construction perspective and kind of in the exact spot that I would want to be in this league format in particular. Now, obviously, different league formats are different, but in this league format, this is where I would want to be. Now, let's move this over to our next trade question. This is coming out from Go Utes Tommy. This is Brian Thomas, Kyler Murray, Jahmyr Gibbs versus Tyreek Hill, Lamar Jackson. Kyler to Lamar, big time upgrade. Gibbs to Tyreek, slight downgrade. We're paying Brian Thomas to get it done. I can't see the rest of the team here. Can y'all let me know in the live chat, what side would you rather have? Would you rather have the Lamar and Tyreek side, or would you rather have Gibbs, Kyler, and Thomas? I probably go Lamar and Tyreek, as I do personally see it. I mean, I think you kind of have to at this point see a pretty big difference between Lamar and Kyler rest of season. We got Hill, Lamar, Hill, Lamar. So it looks like most people in the chat are on the Lamar Tyreek side as well. So yeah, let's go ahead and let's confirm that in. Now, Muhammad coming out with a massive donor for a team review. Really appreciate you. Says, hey Mason, after a 2-4 start and in desperate need of a running back with Pacheco still out a couple weeks, I have a trade on the table from Team Zach where it's Lamb for Zay and Jacobs or Montgomery, whichever running back that we pick. You want Lamb. I'm struggling to see any other ways to improve without trading my big piece. The thing with this is it is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. Now, I understand that with the Pacheco injury, it does put us in a very awkward position at running back in particular. We can go through and we can look at the fact that we are near the bottom of the league analyzer. After this week, you're saying that we are going to be 2-4. So I completely understand the thought process of, hey, I need a running back to get in. Hey, I need to bring a running back in here and I need some help right this second. But in my mind, I would rather go about it in a little bit of a different way, particularly in a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. It's a 10-team format where I think you are highly incentivized to make 2-for-1 deals and pay up that way rather than trading the best piece to get 2 lesser options. Starting off at quarterback, we have Allen. Obviously, Josh Allen has been very up and down all season, but we can't address the quarterback position. We're really just going to have to send up a prayer that Allen is able to start being consistent, knowing that running back is so much of a bigger need for this roster. Now, going over to what you have at running back, we are currently sitting with Rico Dowdle as well as Rachaad White. So White loses the job. Pacheco gets injured. Jerome Ford gets injured. And you have Nick Chubb coming back in. So this running back room, yes, looks atrocious. And yes, we need to address it in any way that we can. Going ahead and looking at the running backs that are available to us off the waiver wire, I think a couple quick moves that I would look to make is I think I would drop Jerome Ford and Antonio Gibson and pick up the combination of Alexander Madison and Tyler Algier, or really any of these running backs that are the top 4 on the waiver wire rankings this week for you. Now going over to what we have at wide receiver, we have the stud at the top with Lamb. We have some pretty solid options underneath as well with Debo, Amari, JSN, and Rome Odunze. Looking at the waiver wire options at receiver, you have great options. Keenan Allen's out there. Keon Coleman's out there. I personally probably would look to cut either Rome or Juju for really either one of Keenan or Keon. Going over to tight end, we have Pitts and Kraft. I would love to have sold one of these tight ends to get some help in at running back. But the reality is now that Kraft has the massive down week, we're probably not going to be able to sell him for anything. And it's a 10-team format as well. So I don't know if anybody's really going to be interested in Kyle Pitts. So with how this team is positioned currently, I agree. I think 100% the play that we need to be making is we need to be looking to sell a wide receiver or wide receivers. And we need to go through and try to improve at running back. Now, the way that we can go about this is maybe a little bit different than making the 2-for-1 tier down from CeeDee Lamb, which is definitely the easiest thing to do. I'm sure that's what our league mates would prefer, and that's what's going to get the most interest because it is CeeDee Lamb. But I mean, if you could instead potentially go through and look to sell, say, Amari Cooper and Rico Dowdle to go get an RB upgrade, or Jackson Smith-Njigba and Rachaad White to go get an RB upgrade, or say Debo Samuel. I mean, maybe Debo Samuel is a player that we would want to hold on to. Completely understand that. But the reality of the situation is we probably wouldn't be able to afford it. And if you could sell Debo and Rachaad White and go get a stud RB2, or maybe if we're 2-4, if you can find somebody that's really sold on Pacheco coming back in, obviously a team that's a contending build would find more long-term value for Pacheco than we would currently. So like going over and looking at this team, obviously Travis Etienne is actually, now that he's week to week, I don't even know if we can pick up Etienne on the cheap given these league settings. There's no way in hell this team would ever trade Derrick Henry. That team's 2-3. Let's look at the 3-2 teams. This team has Gibbs, Bijan. Like if you could go Debo and Pacheco for either one of these running backs, it'd be an absolute no-brainer. Obviously, Kamara, we can't get to. Devon Achane coming back out of the bye. If you could maybe go with Debo and Pacheco to get to Devon Achane, or get to David Montgomery, or get to Josh Jacobs. I know this is the team that you were talking about making the CeeDee Lamb trade with. I think that would be more appealing for me if you could sell them saying, hey, you already are going to make the fantasy football playoffs. Pacheco will be back by then. Let me swap you Pacheco and an exciting receiver for one of your top 3 running backs, rather than sending them CeeDee Lamb for Zay Flowers and Josh Jacobs. I think that would be what I would focus in on. That would be the move that I am trying to make, particularly with your league settings. And yeah, I mean, I think if we can find somebody else that thinks Pacheco is going to be coming back, give them Pacheco, knowing that we are not going to be able to get much use out of him on a 2-4 roster. But I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way. I don't think we do anything at tight ends. I agree with the sentiment of the trade. I think we just go through and try to make another deal. Clearly, if you are making the Pacheco trade, you have to find somebody that has the same idea as you, that you think Pacheco will be back this year. I don't think it's a guarantee, to be honest, which is why I really like the trade. Now, Ethan says, my team is CMC, Bijan, Kyron, Mason, Swift, Stevenson, Bucky. My tight end is Kraft. Yeah, I think we would go ahead. We would take Brock Bowers. I still do view Tucker Kraft as that low-end tight end 1 rest of season. Obviously, the issue is, and we talked about this last week, is with Kraft in particular, when you add in the depth with the Packers receivers, it will take a few targets away from Tucker, which obviously is a concern. Okay. Now, moving over to what we have with our next question. And we're going to go Bowers. I mean, Bowers, no Adams, is just an absolute volume hog. TS Industries coming out with one of those free Underdog team reviews. This is the Laporta Potties. Okay. Sorry to be an ass, my guy, but maybe it's I drafted too much Sam Laporta. Maybe I'm a little bit scarred every time I see the Laporta name. But I don't know. I can't see. I can't see another Laporta Potty's name. I can't do it. This is a dynasty league where we are currently at the very bottom of the league analyzer. So this is a dynasty team in which it is time to burn it down. It is time to sell any viable short-term piece to get a long-term upgrade. Where if we can go through and if we can look at not Love, not May, obviously these are cornerstone assets that we're building around for the long term, but maybe instead if we can go through and pivot off a player like Chase Brown, where while yes, Chase Brown's only in his second season, while yes, Chase Brown looks like he's breaking out and it's going to be a massive difference-making player for the Cincinnati Bengals, at the same time, what we are able to say here is we can look at the fact that Chase Brown is a running back that is 24 years old at a position where it is extremely difficult to consistently project a player to increase value over time going into the next year, which typically that's what you're going to need if you are wanting to hold on to somebody on a rebuilding roster. We know running backs, it's very difficult to do that. So typically I'm looking to sell running backs any chance that we get. going through and looking at where we are sitting, we have a ridiculous amount of first rounders already, which you absolutely love to see. We have a ridiculous amount of second rounders already, which we absolutely love to see as well. So maybe trading Chase Brown will be a little bit tougher than just trading him for a second and a third rounder. Maybe instead we have to get a little more creative in the deal that we make with Chase. I was going to maybe even recommend going after like an Xavier Legette type and a future pick. But if this is a 2 quarterback format and you can go through and look to move Chase Brown and maybe another quality player that is making a difference this season, but maybe not so much for the long term, or it's not guaranteed for the long term, to pivot over to JJ McCarthy, to pivot over to Michael Penix, I think that'd make a lot of sense. Like if you could go through and trade, say, the combination of Evan Ingram and Chase Brown and go get McCarthy, go get Penix in a Superflex Dynasty rebuilding roster, I would love that. Now, like I said, I understand that it is much, much easier said than done for sure. But that is fundamentally the move that we are looking to make, is getting off Brown, getting off Evan Ingram, and instead hoping that we are able to get to an asset that we could see increasing in value as the year goes on. Obviously, rookie picks would be a big part of that if possible. The issue is just looking at the amount of rookie picks that we have already. Not that I don't want to acquire more rookie picks. I mean, hell, get as many future picks as we possibly can, just because those are assets that are guaranteed to continue to rise in value. And that's exactly what we want on a rebuilding roster. It's just, I don't know how many teams in your league still have their picks where they're able to make a trade with you. But I think that's all I have. I wish I had more, but it's a clear rebuilding team where we don't have too many contending assets that we need to sell. Really, the only pieces with short-term production that may not be guaranteed the long-term bump in value that you could reasonably trade would be Chase Brown and Evan Ingram. I mean, obviously, some of these older players like Tyler Lockett, Cortland Sutton would be immediate sells if you could just get second-round picks. But it's much, much easier said than done, where I know nobody's going to be interested in those deeper receivers. Now, Olave Garden says, I'm 1-4, about to be 2-4. We have Love, JT, Jacobs, Marv, Olave, Ayuk, Laporta, Flowers, and CMC on IR. Let me know. So going from Jacobs to Kamara, big time upgrade. Flowers to Brian Thomas, probably give me Brian Thomas rest of season. And that we still know the Baltimore Ravens want to be running the ball every chance that they get. We're paying Brandon Ayuk to get the job done. I think we go ahead and we make the move. I mean, obviously, Brian Thomas disappointing this past week. I didn't move him down my rankings at all because I think that just reasonably, you can't expect him to be a low-end RB2 in fantasy, and I don't think much has changed with that. Now, moving over to our next trade question. This one coming out from E. Hartley. Always happy to see you, says. Also had him throw in Aubrey. Obviously, Aubrey is one of the very few kickers that makes a difference. Now, I will say, kind of sucks acquiring Aubrey this week because Aubrey is going to be on bye. So if you're getting him in trade, you are effectively going to have to be rostering 2 kickers. It will make waiver wire moves a little bit tougher. But going from Laporta to Kelsey is such a massive upgrade. I have Laporta in a bunch of underdog drafts where we took him round 4. I took him round 4 of the Flock League as well. So I really hope I'm wrong here. I really hope Sam Laporta does go out there and crush it. But it feels like we actually just got a little lucky with the trick play and the underlying volume's not there for Laporta. And if you can pivot off and sell one of these fill-in short-term running backs to a long-term elite tight end like Travis Kelce, I think that is an absolute no-brainer. So I hate to say it. I hope that Sam Laporta finds a way to turn it around. It's not looking super, super safe. But, yeah, I think we go ahead and we take Kelce. Okay. Now, going over to Blockchain Brett, always out here in the live chat, says, so we've got Chubb coming off IR, and I think playing next week. Need to make room on the bench for him. What can we do with Ford? You cut Ford. And I need to pick up a quarterback with Caleb on bye and stream a defense. Who do we drop if I'm dropping one or two players to roster Chubb and stream a quarterback and any other waiver wire moves? Well, I really appreciate you and really am excited to check out this team. Thank you so much for always hanging out with us in the live streams, of course. But anyway, diving into the squad, this is a format in which we only start one quarterback, two receivers, two running backs, tight end, and two flex. But actually, we have a kicker in defense. I guess maybe it's just not in the screenshot. But regardless, maybe it's a little bit of a deeper format at wide receiver here. If we were looking at the bottom options for this team, I know we started Jerome Ford this week, but in reality, Jerome Ford rest of season probably is actually a lesser option, just given the fact that he is now a tight end that is actually going to be, a running back that's actually going to be week to week with a hamstring injury. It's a crappy offense where he wasn't super productive before. And now you're actually sprinkling in Nick Chubb volume. So if we had to look at guys that we were cutting off this team, I think Jerome Ford is one of them. I think the other guy would be Jawan Jennings. Because if I look at the path for Jawan Jennings to turn into an every week starter, I think it's very difficult, where in my mind, he is still squarely behind both Debo Samuel as well as Brandon Ayuk and George Kittle, and the running back here and Sticky Ricky may come in and have somewhat a role as well. So Jennings as well as Ford would be my two drops. Going and looking at the options that we have off the waiver wire. Let me confirm what the Lions matchup is this next week. But I think Jared Goff should probably be the best quarterback here. Actually, no, you have Justin Fields. Goff going up against the Lions. You definitely do not want to be streaming Jared Goff this week. I mean, Goff going up against the Vikings. I'm sorry. For whatever reason, I cannot talk. The Steelers this week are going to be playing the Jets. So don't love that matchup either. You have Darnold going up against the Lions, where the Lions just shut down Dallas. Who is Geno playing? The Seahawks are going up against the Falcons. This is a tough situation. Quarterback I'm probably streaming is probably Justin Fields, and we're hoping that Fields can just give us the rushing upside, even if it's a bad matchup. And let me see something real quick. It's saying that Justin Herbert plays. Why is the Chargers-Cardinals game late on Monday night? Why is the Week 7 Monday night's game kicks off at... Oh, we have 2 Monday night games. That's why. And they pushed the second one back. Oh, that's going to suck. But anyway, going over to what we have at running back and wide receiver. Wide receiver, the best waiver wire option that you probably have is Tyler Lockett, then Quentin Johnston. Going over to what we have at running back, Trey Benson's probably my favorite pickup. And I'll say, if you link your, I believe this is Yahoo, so you should be able to link your team or your league with the site. And if you go over, and let me just show this off real quick. Definitely, if you're wanting like better advice with waivers, it's so hard to, like, if you're playing on Yahoo, ESPN, or Sleeper, figure out who you should be picking up off the waiver wire by the way that they organize it. Because the way that they have it set up is it's by projections rather than actual like rest of season rankings. So if you go ahead and if you link your league with flockfantasy.com, which you can do that here, my guy, just hit add new. You can go Sleeper, ESPN, Yahoo. Then at that point, and this is completely free for you too. I know you paid for the team review, but don't feel like you have to pay for anything else to do this. You can go over and you can look at the Top waiver wire pickups, like here in the Flock League, the top waiver wire pickups are Komet, Jalen Wright, Jaleel McLaughlin, Isaiah Likely, Geno Smith in this order. You can actually filter it by quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight ends. So I would definitely recommend doing that rather than just like looking at the default view of whatever platform you're playing on. And you should be able to link with ESPN. In terms of defensive streamers, obviously Washington has a very bad defense, but they are playing Carolina. Cincinnati is a bad defense, but they are playing Cleveland. Jacksonville just got lit up, but they are playing the Pats. Maybe the Rams, because the Rams, you don't even have to put in a waiver wire claim, and you're going up against the Raiders. Let me look up what the spread is with these games. So the Saints are only 1-point favorites against Denver. The Jags are 5.5-point favorites against New England. Commanders 8-point favorites against Carolina. And the Rams 5.5-point favorites against the Rams. Sorry, against the Raiders. Let me look up the implied team totals that we have. That provider doesn't have it up yet just because it's early in the game. We can look at the over-under that we have with these games here as well. The over-under of the Carolina-Washington game is 52 points. So actually, I think the Rams defense would probably be the best defense for you this week if we are looking for a defensive streamer. Running back, my favorite pickup would be Trey Benson. Wide receiver, my favorite pickup would probably be Tyler Lockett. Quarterback, my favorite string option here would probably be Justin Fields. I think what we do in terms of the drops with this team is we are going to go ahead. We are going to be dropping Jerome Ford for Trey Benson, if that's the running back that you want. Or I mean, just to pick up Nick Chubb off the IR. We're going to go ahead. We're going to drop Jawan Jennings for Trey Benson. And then your defensive streamer that you could be looking at will be the Rams. And I can't see what tight ends we have available to us on the waiver wire, but I wouldn't fault you at all if you wanted to go through and potentially look to stream a tight ends. Not for our starting option, but if we wanted to cycle through the bench options, where right now we are sitting with, I believe, Dalton Schultz there as our tight end 2, which should have a little bit of an expanded role with no Nico Collins, but still not somebody that's proven to be a consistent starter every week. Okay. Now let's move this over to our next question. But I really appreciate you, and I hope that I was able to help you out. But Cooper's dad, this is Dobbins versus McBride and Dowdle. We're definitely going to be going with Trey McBride and Rico Dowdle here. Obviously, J.K. Dobbins looks super, super exciting. But with that being said, I mean, Trey McBride's still one of the very few elite level options in fantasy that you have at tight ends. Rico Dowdle should be in some better matchups going into the future. So yeah, let's go ahead. I'd rather McBride straight up over Dobbins, to be honest. But let's move this over and answer some of the free questions that we have in the live chat. Please, if you have not done so already, hit that like button on this live stream. And go ahead and drop a question in the live chat if you wanted anything answered. And I'll try to get to as many as we can right now for free. Carter says, I could get Dobbins. Somebody said he would trade him for Hubbard. I would for sure trade Chuba Hubbard for J.K. Dobbins. I mean, obviously, we had Hubbard as a sell high candidate last week. We had Dobbins as a buy low candidate last week. I'm actually surprised that somebody would still be willing to give you Chuba for Dobbins, given Edwards being on the IR, and not only Gus Edwards being on the IR, but also Jonathan Brooks potentially coming back in. So I think it's a very easy spot to trade Brooks for Hubbard. Will says, Flux doesn't need credentials next to my league ID. Can't link the team. If you're having any issues linking your team with flockfantasy.com, please send it in the site issue section of the Discord, which you can find that link in the description of this live stream. But we've had 10,000+ people linked their teams. Like, it's no problem. You just kind of have to know how to do it correctly. Hunter says, is Brooks going to be a solid RB1, RB2? So what we've been saying regarding Brooks is not that he's going to come in and not that he is going to be like a running back one in fantasy right away. My thing with Jonathan Brooks is more likely than not, he's not going to be startable immediately in fantasy. And I don't even know if he will be near the, I don't even know if he'll be playing over Chuba Hubbard. Chuba Hubbard could very easily be the starting running back when Brooks comes back for, quite some time. Now, obviously, long-term, personally, I'm going to expect that we get Jonathan Brooks to continue to expand his role and continue to take more and more from Chuba Hubbard. But the point of us going through and saying to sell high on Chuba Hubbard, it's not that we are expecting Brooks to come in immediately and be the RB1, but more so that we are expecting that Brooks to come in and split the backfield. And I don't want Chuba Hubbard in a split backfields in Carolina. I don't think that he is a talented enough running back to overcome a committee status in this offense. Okay. And yeah, I'm not even saying Brooks guaranteed to be the starter here by any means. I'm just saying that and this is what we said in the sell high video, you can go back and watch it last week, that Brooks coming in and taking anything at all will be bad for Hubbard. Hunter says, should we sell high on Brooks ASAP then? I'm 1-4 pending this Monday game. Yeah, we said it last week as well. If you're 1-4, you can't afford to roster the long-term upside of these guys like Jonathan Brooks. So a 4-1 team, I don't mind at all if you can pick up Jonathan Brooks on the cheap. But if you're 1-4, then at that point, you really don't have the option, and you probably just have to go through and get what you can for Brooks. But he says, is Kyler worth sitting in the Chargers versus Sam Darnold? I would not. We talked about the same thing 2 weeks ago where Kyler Murray was a must-start player for us against the Niners. Kyler got there. Not that I think that Kyler Murray is going to be some phenomenal option. He's going to be able to win this game against the Chargers. We can go ahead and look at the spread of this game right now and the over-under as well. The over-under against Los Angeles is 43.5 points. So it should be, not a super high scoring game. And the spread on this game is you actually have the Cardinals as 3-point dogs at home. However, Kyler can still get there based off rushing upside. Don says, who can I trade Marvin Harrison Jr. for? I don't think this is a good time to trade Harrison. I saw in the comment section, people saying oh, I'm panicking over Marvin Harrison. It's he had 8 snaps before leaving with a concussion. And in those 8 snaps, he had 2 targets. Realistically speaking, I think people are just overreacting here. We went from ranking Harrison as a mid to low end wide receiver 2 last week. People telling us that Harrison Williams was going to make us look like a fool, blah, blah, blah. Marvin Harrison, I also had Harrison Williams, but and then he comes out, he has a couple targets right away, gets a concussion, nothing changes. He's still the guy that he was otherwise, so. Caesar says, want to get rid of Ayuk, but for who? Everybody wants to get rid of Ayuk. I don't know what you could reasonably get. I'll go ahead and I'll show you my rest of season rankings for Brandon Ayuk. Obviously, if you ever want to see my rest of season rankings, go over to flockfantasy.com. You can always see the average rankings for completely free on flockfantasy.com. If you wanted to see my rankings in particular, the average rankings are just the average of all these people. You can go through and hit Mason Dodd, and that will actually filter it by my rest of season ranks. And that's behind a paywall, but you can see the average for free. Here at wide receiver, I currently have Brandon Ayuk wide receiver 30. I have Ayuk right in the same range as Olave, Dell, Amari, Worthy, Zay Flowers. So If you really wanted to go through and sell Brandon Ayuk, this is the range I'd be looking at. Would I recommend doing it? Probably not. Adam says Shaheed out Thursday, according to Underdog. Well, what about Olave? I'm assuming Olave's out, right? So if you have no Shaheed, no Olave, no Shaheed, no Olave, no Carr, this means we are about to get the worst Thursday night game that you could possibly imagine. We are about to get to watch the Denver Broncos play the New Orleans Saints. Dear God. Drio says, might as well hold Brandon Ayuk, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, this is like a lot of times when people like last week are like going through and saying like, oh my gosh, what should I trade Bijan Robinson for? What? I don't want Bijan Robinson anymore. It's like, yeah, I mean, nobody wants Bijan Robinson. If I was smart enough to realize before the season started, hey guys, before week 1, let's sell Bijan Robinson as the top 3 running back. Obviously, woulda, coulda, shoulda. We should have done it, but it is just a tough spot. It is. Adam says Taysom Hill time. Mason, is Taysom Hill playing? JCML says your rankings are locked. Yeah, like I said, if you're looking at flockfantasy.com, the average expert rankings, the average of everybody here is free for everybody. If you wanted to look at my rankings in particular, those are behind a paywall. So if you're a paid member of the site, you should have access to my rankings. And if you are a paid member of the site and you don't have access to those rankings, please let me know at that point. But I haven't heard that from any of the members of the site. Okay. Garrett says, Ayuk or Devontae Adams rest of season. I'd rather have Adams and hope that he gets dealt somewhere where he makes a difference. Obviously not a guarantee, but still. Okay. Now let's pivot over and let's answer some more of the questions that we have on the site. And of course, we'll continue to get to a bunch of free chat questions as well. We got a while before the game starts. But if you have not done so already, please hit that like button. We are 3 likes away from hitting 400 likes on this live stream. And yeah, if you wanted to get in any questions, you could always hit that button in the live chat that says ask a question here. You could also go hit the button on the site that says expert advice. You can send a super message. You can ask a start sit question. You can ask a trade question, or you can get a full-blown team review. Now, if you were wanting a team review, I would highly recommend taking advantage of the free promo that we have with Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, with promo code FLOCK as well, you're going to be getting a free Josh Allen pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tonight. And you'll get a free team review in the live stream that we're doing every single day. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. That way I'm able to credit you with that free team review voucher. But let's move this over and let's get to our next batch of questions. So let's refresh this. This next team is I'm about to make a name for myself here. Pretty funny team name, not going to lie. This is one of those free Underdog team reviews. This is the second team with the league analyzer. The top 2 teams have a pretty large lead over everybody else. I mean, we should be pretty confident with our squad with how it sits. But right now we are 4-1. And after this past week, I guess we had no Kyron. We had no Taylor. We had no Brian Robinson. Maybe we had to start Alexander Madison and Roshan. And we had no Puka Nacua. So this is probably a roster in which we lost and we are 4-2. But I mean, hell, if we somehow won without all these guys, super impressive. Now, quarterback, tight ends, we have elite names, right? We are sitting here with the combination of Jaden Daniels as well as Trey McBride. So this does put you in a situation in which you do not have to roster another quarterback. You don't have to roster another tight ends. Now, with that being said, there is a great quarterback sitting out there on the waiver wire in Kyler Murray. So with Kyler Murray having this much value, I wouldn't fault you at all if you wanted to go through and if you wanted to potentially pick up Kyler by dropping Roschon Johnson. But I mean, also Mahomes is sitting out there on the waiver wire. This is a 12-team league. What the hell are your league mates doing if they have Mahomes and Kyler out there on waivers? You have no excuse to lose this league. You are so damn strong as is. I understand maybe we are dealing with a decent amount of injuries, but your league mates are fools here. You have Evan Ingram on the waiver wire. You have Jonathan Brooks on the waiver wire. The number one thing that you are looking to do with this team by far, is you are looking to make 2-for-1 deals where we get marginal improvements inside the starting lineup, and we open up roster spots where we can go through and we can pick up Jalen Waddle for free. We can pick up Rome Odunze for free. We can pick up Keenan Allen, Keon Coleman, Evan Ingram, Jonathan Brooks for free. This is a 12-team format as well. I know it's a shallower bench, but still. So in terms of waiver wire moves that I'd make today, after this week, we will be dropping Alexander Mattison and Roschon Johnson. We will be picking up Jalen Waddle and Jonathan Brooks. I would also drop Rashid Shaheed for Rome Odunze as well. So drop Mattison, Johnson, Shaheed, pick up Waddle, Rome, and Jonathan Brooks. The second thing that we are going to be looking to do here is we are going to be looking to take Zay Flowers, who just had the big blow-up week, and we are going to be looking to package together Zay Flowers and Brian Robinson to get either a top-end running back or a top-end wide receiver in a 2-for-1 trade. Because then at that point, we could go ahead and we could pick up Kyler Murray or we could pick up Evan Ingram with the expectation that if we get a spike week from either or, there's a chance in which we could go through and we could actually look to trade them down the line. So again, with the league where the waiver wire is this strong, 2-for-1, 3-for-1 deals are everything. We want to make as many of them as we possibly can. The second thing is if you get the ability to go ahead and to just drop Madison, Roschon, Shaheed, and pick up Waddle, Rome, and Brooks, it's something that you need to be doing. Now, I think that's all I got. If we hit 450 likes before, 445, we will show the worst team in the league. But honestly, I don't want to pick on the worst team in the league by showing it because it may be a situation in which the waiver wire options are better than the worst team in the league here. So yes, please sell Brian Robinson, Zay Flowers, get the upgrade, make those waiver wire pivots, but a very, very easy spot with a waiver wire this good. And we hit 450 likes, so we'll show this. Worst team in the league. Poor guy, he had Cup and Pacheco go down. But tough spot. Now, Garlic Burger coming out with a massive dono says, looking at a 5-1 record, if the Bills DST can outscore the Jets DST by 3 points tonight. So I don't know. We're either 5-1, 4-2, but regardless, we're definitely a team where we are thinking a little more long-term. I can't help but feel like this roster can improve. P.S. Do you take strength of schedule into account in your rest of season rankings? Thank you. To be honest with you, it's not a massive impact for me. The main thing that I am looking at will be Vegas projections for offensive points scored going into the future, as well as what we have with the volume and the roles from those players and the historical efficiency that you've had from them as well. Now, with all that being said, as we get closer to the end of the season, definitely the strength of the schedule will become a much more important factor when you only have 4 or 5 games left and we have all the information really at our disposal already. Now, looking at this team, we are currently second in the league analyzer. The team at first is 5-0. So, it looks like the league analyzer is doing its job. Here, quarterback, we have Fields and A-Rich, so both quarterbacks with a ton of rushing upside, right? So ultimately, we can just stream the QB position here. Definitely not a spot in which you need to go out there, make an upgrade. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, however, so the depth isn't going to make a super, super big difference. So if you wanted to go ahead and if you wanted to possibly sell like Chuba Hubbard and Justin Fields or Chuba Hubbard and Anthony Richardson to get a true elite level quarterback, I wouldn't fault you at all for going through and making that move. Going over to running back, we are currently sitting with Devon Achane, DeAndre Swift, Chuba Hubbard, Rico Dowdle, Tank Bigsby, as well as Raheem Mostert. So looking at what you have with the running back room here, I mean, it is a really comfortable spot. We have Swift as a locked and loaded top 24 running back that you can start every single week. Devon Achane gives you the long-term upside as an RB1. Chuba Hubbard gives you the short-term fill-in production. So there's not much that we need to be doing. If you are wanting to potentially go through and make a pivot here, I think because you're 4-1, because we're maybe about to be 5-1, we can really just think long-term for this roster. And if we are going to get Jonathan Brooks coming back in, it could be an interesting spot to pivot from like Chuba Hubbard and Justin Fields to go get to a true top 3 quarterback in fantasy. Obviously, plenty of running back depth near the bottom end here as well. Going over to what we have at wide receiver, we are currently sitting with CeeDee Lamb, the wide receiver 1 in fantasy. We have Jaden Reed. We have DK Metcalf. So we have 3 receivers we can start every single week. We have Addison and Pittman as depth plays for bye weeks and potential injuries. So overall with this team, really the only thing you could possibly consider in my mind is to pivot over and get an upgrade and have an elite onesie position, whether that's an elite quarterback or an elite tight end, by selling the short-term piece in Chuba Hubbard and getting a long-term upgrade to one of the elite onesies if possible. Now, by no means is that something that we need to do here, especially as we're possibly still waiting for a little bit of guarantee that Tua is going to be back in to make Devon Achane that RB1 rest of season. But specifically here on a roster in which we are looking at, say, I don't know. We're looking at a winning record and you don't need the running back depth. I think we can sit it to a team that does. And then with waiver wire moves, Juju, Christian Watson are probably the best players to look at, but definitely nothing that we have to do. I don't think that Juju Smith-Schuster is that much better than Raheem Mostert rest of season if you want to hold on to Mostert. Now moving over to Cosmic Can. This is Pollard, JSN, Darnell Mooney versus Brandon Ayuk, J.K. Dobbins. JSN, Mooney versus Ayuk, give me Ayuk. Pollard versus Dobbins. If it is a full PPR format, probably give me Tony Pollard with the injury that you have to Tajee Spears, really guaranteeing the production that you have as a receiver here for Pollard. Now looking at what we have with Brandon Ayuk and J.K. Dobbins as the side with the upgraded receiver, maybe it's important to see the wide receiver depth that we have. We have Harrison, Diggs, London. We would get Ayuk as well, so the wide receiver depth is there. Running back, we'd be starting Dobbins, James Conner, Bijan. So you definitely don't need the depth with your team. I just think particularly because the injury to Spears, I probably prefer Pollard, JSN, and Mooney, but it's very close. If you would rather have J.K. Dobbins over Tony Pollard rest of season, you go ahead and make the move. I would prefer to have Dobbins there if it were to be a full PPR format. A non-PPR league, but I'm assuming that this is going to be a full PPR league. Now, let's move this over to our next question. This is coming out from Archie Treasure. This is a trade question here where we are sending Pollard, Hunt, Leggett versus Josh Jacobs and James Conner. While I'd still rather have Conner over Kareem Hunt rest of season, Tony Pollard and Josh Jacobs are very close for us just because this offense is going to be so much better for the Packers than what we should expect that you have with the Titans. I would prefer to have Jacobs, and I don't think Leggett is a big enough piece to bridge the gap for us, so we will go with Jacobs and James Conner here. Now, Warm Hug coming out with one of those free Underdog team reviews, and be excited to check this out. This is a 12-team Superflex Dynasty League. This is easy week 24 win. We are at the very bottom of the league analyzer. And let me confirm that, yes, this is a Superflex Dynasty League. Dear God, this is what I would call a disaster, to be completely honest with you. Like, we need to address the elephant in the room that in the long term, this team is screwed. In 2025, I have no idea if Daniel Jones, Deshaun Watson, or Russell Wilson will be starting quarterbacks. In 2025, I reasonably don't know what we can expect from Chuba Hubbard. Barkley will probably slide a bit. Mixon will definitely slide. Najee may not have a role. And Pacheco, we don't know really what will be there. Chris Godwin will be worse next year. Cooper Kupp will be worse next year. Calvin Ridley will maybe have no value next year. And God knows about Brandon Ayuk. And George Kittle at the same time is going to be worse next season. So if we're looking at this team in the long term, at every single position, we are trending in the wrong direction. Now, in terms of what we have with the short-term ability to contend, it's there. And you can see that with the record. We are currently 4-1. Warm Hug, if you're in this live chat, please let me know. I just want to confirm that this is a Superflex League. Because to be honest, I am very impressed that we have managed to be 4-1 with Daniel Jones and Deshaun Watson as our two QBs here. But this is a team where we have our own 2025 first. We have our own 2026 first. So I absolutely love to see it. And what I think I would look to do with this team is I think this is a one last hurrah type situation. I think that we go in with the plans to win this year and then immediately pivot over and burn this baby down. We're 4-1. We look like we are a strong contending roster. We have the top end veteran receivers and running backs absolutely crushing it. What I think I would potentially look to do, where we are probably going to need to get a more guaranteed production profile as our QB2, where if Deshaun Watson gets benched and all of a sudden Daniel Jones our only quarterback in a Superflex league, I think we're kind of screwed here. I think I would go ahead and sell our 2025 first, get an upgrade at quarterback in a package with Deshaun Watson, get to somebody that you're more confident is going to be able to be there for us through the rest of the year. Go try to bring in a quarterback like Jared Goff that also has the contract where he will have value in 2025. And if you could potentially package together, say, that 2025 first and Jared Goff to get an improvement in here at quarterback, I think gives us a better shot to win this season. And at the same time, if we were to go through and if we were to burn this down in the offseason, then you should still be able to swing some value out of Goff where it's not like he's going to be complete zero. So I think that's going to be the main thing that I would be looking to do personally, is I think that this is a team where we really don't have the long-term upside at any position. So I'd probably sell the 2025 first, get us the quarterback, and burn it down in the offseason and look to rebuild then. At least that's what I would do. But obviously, we can win this year. Now, Archie Treasure coming out, trading Kareem Hunt, Leggett for Pacheco and Keon. Leggett to Keon is an upgrade for me. Kareem Hunt to Pacheco is a downgrade. Can y'all please spam the chat? How many games do you think Isaiah Pacheco plays this season? Let me look up to see if we have any updates with the Isaiah Pacheco injury, but I have not seen anything. But please let me know if Isaiah Pacheco is... We got 1-4-0-4-3-4-4-0. Not sure, but want to trade Hunt for him. I agree with you. I would rather have Hunt over Pacheco rest of season for sure. You can see that with our rankings. We have Hunt RB25, Pacheco RB38. I just can't find anything with Pacheco here. I see a Twitter thread where Sal's saying that Pacheco is going to be back between weeks 9 and 12. Maybe, I don't know where he's getting it from. To be honest with you, I don't know. If you think that Pacheco comes back before week 12, the answer is Isaiah Pacheco and Keon Coleman. But I have no idea if Pacheco comes back. So I think it is up to you. I think it's up to your roster, your record, and your personal belief on the Pacheco injury, which I just don't know nearly enough about, to be honest. Now, let's move this over and let's get to a team review from somebody who's always out in the live stream with us, with Jordan. Going to be excited to check this out. And real quick side note, we are 1 like away from hitting 500 likes. Hit that like button if you have not done so already. But anyway, looking at it, this is Depressed Giants fan. Number 1 in the league analyzer, but still 2 and 4. We traded Hall, Ingram, Brian Thomas Jr. for Gibbs and McBride last week. I still like it. I'm not sure if I should panic. Anybody droppable, and should we pick anybody up? Thanks for everything. You're the best. No, thank you so much for always rolling with us. And while we are number 1 in the league analyzer, I do want to point out that, I mean, it is pretty close between these top 5 teams, right? It's not like we are a massive, massive lead ahead of everybody else. Sam says, why can't we send you super chats any more effectively? Because with the old super chat system, I couldn't guarantee that everybody saw their answer. Whereas now, if anybody sends a question through the site, we can actually send them the clip of me answering their question directly through the site, so they'll never miss the answer. Plus, I get so much more information about your league settings, the other teams in your league, with everything through the site as well. So to be honest with you, everybody I've interacted with through the site has... Not everybody, but 99% of people have said that it's a better experience than super chats, where previously you had to super chat and then wait 45 minutes. And if you miss your question, it just sucks to be you, because it was impossible to find. Where now the answer gets sent to your question. But anyway, this is the number 1 team in the league analyzer. Not a massive lead for us in comparison to the other squads. Looking first off at the options that we are going to have available to us on the waiver wire. It's not like there are great options on waivers. Yes, Josh Downs is there. And I think that Josh Downs probably is worth a roster spot. But with that being said, reasonably, who would we drop for Josh Downs? You could maybe drop Javonte or Braylon Allen if you really wanted to. But my thing is, particularly in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, I don't necessarily care as much about the wide receiver depth here. So I'd probably rather just hold on to what you have with Josh Downs. Now, going over to what we have at quarterback, we are currently sitting with Kyler Murray, obviously a quarterback that we can start every week regardless of the matchup. Justin Fields completely fine a roster here as well. Knowing that, I mean, if we are looking at Fields, this is a QB that, I don't know, has all the rushing upside in the world. Like, I could actually see you starting Justin Fields in certain matchups over Kyler Murray. Going over to what we have at running back, we are currently rolling with Jahmyr Gibbs, Josh Jacobs, Jonathan Brooks, Bucky Irving, Javonte Williams, and Braylon Allen. So we have a solid RB1 we can rely upon weekly. We have a solid RB2 we can rely upon weekly. We have nice depth here as well with Brooks and Bucky. And we have the elite handcuff down there with Braylon Allen, where if anything were to occur to Breece, then all of a sudden Braylon Allen turns into an option that you just have to absolutely start every single week. Going over to wide receiver, we are currently sitting with Malik Neighbors, Marvin Harrison, George Pickens, Ladd McConkey, Keon Coleman. So I understand that maybe our records a little bit worse and we've started off slowly in comparison where the league analyzer has us. But if we just reasonably think about the situation you put yourself in terms of what we optimized for with this team, is we optimized for long-term upside, long-term upside, long-term upside. Like, go through and think about what we are currently sitting with. We have Neighbors, Harrison, Ladd, Keon, Brooks, Bucky, Braylon Allen. Half the team is a rookie. So if half of our team is our rookies, and at the same time, a couple of our top players got injured and missed time, such as Malik Neighbors, I think it's very normal and almost expected that the team starts off pretty damn slow and maybe gets better as the year progresses. Going over to tight end, we have the elite tight end with Trey McBride. We have the backup tight end with Tucker Kraft. Obviously, I wish we could get in a time machine and go through and sell Tucker Kraft and a 2-for-1 deal having Trey McBride. But with that being said, it's probably not something that we can be doing here. Tucker Kraft face plants this past week. I'm for sure not wanting to sell Trey McBride in a league where we're going to start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. I would definitely prefer to hold on to what you have with the elite level tight end, giving us a significant edge there. So overall with this roster, I think it's a really good team. I think it's a team that's dealt with injuries. I think it's a team that's extremely young, and we should expect to be very slow starting and probably get better as the year goes on. So I wish I had more for you, but honestly, I think with a roster like this, you just kind of put yourself in a position to be a little more long-term focused than short-term focused. And I don't know if we should all of a sudden be going through and panicking and selling rookies because we started off slowly. I mean, if you could maybe sell Jonathan Brooks and George Pickens, if you can find somebody that's super excited about Brooks coming back in, and obviously it may take some time here. And if you can make that 2-for-1 trade and go get an absolute stud flex play in the short term or a stud wide receiver to play in the case of the Marvin Harrison injury on a 2-4 team, that's definitely something that we can look to do, but not necessarily something that we have to do. I think the team will just naturally get better as the year goes on with how young it is. But I think that's all I have for you. Again, thank you so much for being a member of the flock and supporting the channel. I really hope that I was able to help you out in some way here. And as always, if there's anything I can do for you, don't hesitate to reach out to me and let me know. And if you're in the live chat right now and you have any questions, Jordan, I would love to answer them. So yeah, we'll wait for Jordan, see if he has any additional questions in the live chat so I can get to them. But of course, if you wanted any of the start sit questions, trade questions, or full-blown roster reviews, you can always go over to flockfantasy.com and get one of these with the Ask a Question Here link in the live chat. If you wanted that team review, I would definitely recommend taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you'll actually be hooked up with the free Josh Allen pick, more than less than half a total yard for tonight's game. And you'll get a free team review in the live stream that we are doing every single night. So make sure you go ahead and take advantage of that if you have not done so already. Now, just let's move over to our next question. This one's coming out from Purdy's Nuts. This is Terry and Pacheco versus Harrison and Chubb. I would rather have Marvin Harrison rest of season over Terry. I'd rather have Chubb rest of season over Pacheco. Chubb comes back this week. I have no idea if we will get Isaiah Pacheco back or not. So, yeah, for me, it's honestly kind of an easy spot. We are going to go ahead. We're going to take Harrison and Chubb over Terry and Pacheco. Now, CJ Wolf coming out with our next question. Massive dono for a team review. Really appreciate you. Says, 3-3 if Breece and Allen outscore Braylon in the Jets defense, which will happen. What moves do you think we should be looking to make, and do we keep Nico? So 3-3 roster, it's a spot where you don't need to sell Nico Collins. Obviously, if you're 0-5, I think that you could go ahead and you could look to pivots, but let's pull up this team. We are currently 5th in the league analyzer. So we are pretty much right in the middle. We are about 5,000 points off the number one team, maybe about 7,000 points off the bottom team. So a little more on the higher end. You said that we are 3-3 with this team effectively. So pulling it up, the first thing that I think we can say that is a very, very easy call here is we are going to want to go through and we are going to want to pick up either Keenan Allen, Christian Kirk, or Rico Dowdle and drop Isaiah Likely. Now that we have confirmation that Evan Ingram is healthy, Evan Ingram is good, there's no world in which you ever start Isaiah Likely on this team. I would much prefer going out there and picking up the wide receiver or running back depth piece. Now, going over to what we have at quarterback, we are currently sitting with Josh Allen. So with Allen, top 5 quarterback in fantasy rest of season. Obviously, we have some pretty high highs. We have some pretty low lows. We're really hoping that he can be more consistent. The main thing that we need to see is we actually need to see some more involvement as a rusher. The rushing touchdowns need to go up, but I think that there is a decent shot that that does actually happen. And Josh Allen is a quarterback that we're still able to start weekly. Now going over to what we have at running back. We are currently sitting with Breece Hall, David Montgomery, Jordan Mason, Chuba Hubbard, Kareem Hunt, and Jonathan Brooks. So it actually kind of sucks for us. Even if you have Brooks and Chuba, you would rather Jonathan Brooks never come back, as you would rather this not be a running back by committee and instead you only have one of these guys getting all the work. Where now that you have Brooks coming back in, probably not this week, but probably next week or the week after, we should be lowering our expectations dramatically for Chuba Hubbard with his workload. But with that being said as well, if we are going to be looking at what we have with Jordan Mason kind of fits the same mold of a running back that gives you the short-term production, but not so much the long-term upside. And now that we have the injuries to both Nico Collins as well as Marvin Harrison, when we already have the locked and loaded RB1/RB2 profiles with Breece and David Montgomery, these guys that are must-start options every single week, we really don't need both Jordan Mason as well as Chuba Hubbard here. So what I would really like to do with this team is I would really like to take Chuba Hubbard and package him with one of our receivers, whether that's Brian Thomas or George Pickens. I'd probably rather sell Pickens. I think it's going to be a spot where you don't want to sell low on Thomas after the disappointing game in London. But if you could possibly package together George Pickens and maybe Chuba Hubbard and go get to a wide receiver that we're more excited about long-term, I think that could be something we're looking to do. This team here at the very bottom has Ramondre, Charbonnet, Braylon Allen. Obviously, this is a roster that's 1-4, needs production right this second. Maybe going Pickens and Chuba or Pickens and Mason isn't able to get us to Justin Jefferson, which really is the only player we'd be interested in with this team. But instead, if we could pivot from like Harrison, if you could go Marvin Harrison and Jordan Mason, or Jaden Reed and Chuba Hubbard, really any combination of one running back here and one wide receiver here, and get that upgrade to Justin Jefferson in a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, where this team is starting Zach Charbonnet and Braylon Allen currently, I think it's probably a spot in which you could go through and you could actually kind of help out both rosters. Looking for another team that maybe needs some help at running back. It looks like Zach Moss possibly just lost his job. So depending on what happens in the game tonight, maybe we can go through and maybe we can look to sell, say, Brian Thomas and Chuba Hubbard, Brian Thomas and Jordan Mason, George Pickens, Chuba Hubbard, George Pickens, and Jordan Mason. Give it to this team who really needs a running back and go get Garrett Wilson. I think that would be an absolute no-brainer for us as well. And then, like I said, the other move that's very easy to make at this point is you cut Isaiah Likely. You pick up your favorite option, whether that's Keenan Allen, Christian Kirk, or Rico Dowdle. It is up to you. If you're able to make that trade where we sell Chuba Hubbard or Jordan Mason and go get a wide receiver upgrade, then at that point, what we're probably going to look to do is we're probably going to look to go ahead and let go of specifically, we're going to pick up Rico Dowdle. Whereas if you're not able to sell one of the running backs for that wide receiver upgrade, then you probably just pick up Keenan Allen. But really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. And of course, if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out to me and let me know. Now, Jay Fizzle coming out with a big time dono says, heartbreaking loss. Was told sermon over Najee against my Raiders was a no-brainer. Was at first place 4-0, now 4-2, unless Bass puts up 13 points. I read it as Boss. I was like, who's Boss? But what trade should we be looking to make? Thank you. So first thing I will say is this is a Yahoo team, so you definitely can link with flockfantasy.com for completely free. I definitely would recommend that you do this. If you go over to the site and hit the My Teams page, you should be able to go through and hit this league drop down. You can hit add new and look to add a sleeper, ESPN, or Yahoo league. Here, obviously, you have a Yahoo, but if you do that, you're actually able to go ahead and see the best waiver wire options in your league. Or if you go over to waivers, like in our league, I can say, oh, Cole Kmet, Jalen Wright, Jaleel McLaughlin. These are the guys that I possibly should be looking to go after. So I definitely recommend linking, especially if you were going to submit anything again in the future. That way I can see all the other teams that are in your league. But anyway, it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. So wide receiver depth doesn't matter a ton. And if you do get the ability to sell wide receiver depth in a 2-for-1 upgrade, it will be something that we look to do. Now, moving over to what we have at quarterback, we are sitting with the elite option with Jalen Hurts. When we have Hurts, this is a quarterback that we can start every single week, regardless of matchup. He's already through his bye week as well. So really comfortable spot where you don't need to be rostering another QB. Going down to the bench, looks like we don't have another quarterback, so just absolutely love to see it. Going over to what we have at wide receiver, we have the top end options of CeeDee Lamb and T. Higgins. We have Jamison Williams in the flex. Surprised he played Jamison here. I would have gone Najee over Jamison. But obviously, I mean, Jamison got there with the 15 points. So it's not the end of the world, of course. But looking at what we have down on the bench, I will say typically like Jamison Williams is probably somebody that I am looking to sell if possible. In a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league where the wide receiver depth's not going to make a big time difference. However, with that being said, you're in a unique situation in which We have the Nico Collins injury. And at the same time, Dontavian Wicks gets injured. Khalil Shakir's injured. So the Jameson Williams depth actually does matter a lot for your team in particular. Now, going over to what we have at running back, we are currently sitting with Gibbs, Sermon. Running back is a massive concern for us. We have Najee Harris down at RB2. Obviously, Najee crushes in a good matchup against the Raiders, but honestly, now that Jaylen Warren's back in this offense, I'm a little bit concerned about Najee's consistency going into the future. So I think if you have some of these exciting waiver wire options off your waiver wire, at running back, I think you could potentially look to go ahead and actually look to cut somebody like Dontavian Wicks, now dealing with a multiple week injury, and pick up a potential running back depth piece to help us out. Going over to tight end, we have Evan Ingram and Cade Otton. I don't fault you for playing Cade Otton over Evan Ingram this week, but now that we have confirmation that Evan Ingram is good to go, I think what you should be able to do is you should be able to cut Cade Otton and just go ahead and pick up another running back off the waiver wire. In terms of trades that you could look to make, realistically speaking, in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, typically what I am wanting to do is I am wanting to go ahead and try to trade the wide receiver depth pieces that pop off like Jameson Williams to get consistent upgrades in the starting lineup. However, with that being said, when we have all these injuries to wide receivers, I don't think that's a move that we can make right now. And instead, I think you actually have to just focus in on the waiver wire, wait till we get some of these healthy options back. I think running back is our biggest concern. So I'd cut Cade Otton. I'd possibly consider cutting Dontavian Wicks with his injury as well, going and picking up a couple of your favorite running backs off the wire, and then waiting until we get back some of these depth wide receivers healthy. Then at that point, potentially Jameson Williams becomes somebody that you could look to go ahead and sell. But I think that's all I have for you. You are 4-2, so you also do have a little more flexibility, of course, to wait for those healthy options to come in. But Scissors coming out with a massive, massive dono. I've been meaning to ask you, Scissors. 1, have you seen the Flock League channel? And 2, are you wanting in 2025? Let me know. But anyway, going to start 1-5. People aren't valuing quarterbacks as high as the rest of the Superflex Dynasty community. Thinking of trying to ship Pollard, but can't get anybody to bite. / I don't know what price to deal him at. Probably going to trade / tank for next season at this point. I would say for sure on a 1-5 roster, if your league mates are not valuing quarterbacks how they should, I would probably be trying to go through and you already have some of these names that we were going to be looking at. I would for sure try to go pick up some of these cheap depth quarterbacks. It is a 12-team Superflex league. So I know you said previously that this may be a newer dynasty league. I think maybe these people begin to realize that quarterbacks are valuable as the year goes on, or maybe as you go into next season. So if you could pick up somebody like, say, JJ McCarthy on the cheap, I'm sure you maybe have already tried this. I don't know if your buddies here are big Vikings fans, but if you could go through and if you could trade like Tony Pollard and pick up JJ McCarthy, if you're telling us that they are so out of touch with quarterback value that you can make a move like that, there it's an absolute no-brainer. At quarterback, we have Hurts, May, Penix, Stafford. So, I mean, if you were looking to go through and potentially make a trade where we pivot over to 2025, I think another thing that we could consider here is if you could go through and maybe throw in Matthew Stafford to that team that needs McCarthy, give them the short-term quarterback production, where obviously it's very difficult to see Stafford going up in value from this time to next. Going over to what we have at running back, typically running back where we want to pivot to a rebuilding team, it makes sense to sell almost any player. And I think honestly, Jahmyr Gibbs, even though he's only in his second season, is still somebody that you could go through and you could look to potentially get some value from. Obviously, if we were to go through and sell Jahmyr Gibbs, we are wanting a heavy premium. We would probably want to pivot over to a young stud receiver. Like going through and looking at maybe Marvin Harrison Jr. I think that would be a good example where if you could go through and if we could sell Jahmyr Gibbs on a rebuilding team to pivot over to somebody like Harrison, I think that could make a lot of sense, especially as if we can get maybe a throw in terms of a long-term value piece that doesn't have much help for this squad in the short term. Like if you could go Gibbs and Pollard for them and we get back like Harrison in a first, I think that'd be an absolute no-brainer. We could even include Matthew Stafford if they really needed it, given the fact that they have Rodgers as their third quarterback. Wide receiver, obviously a lot of these names are guys that can continue to increase in value going into 2025. So we are going to be looking to hold on to them. Like I think we look to hold on to Drake London, Rome Odunze, Brian Thomas, Jackson Smith and Jigba. All these players we want. Amari Cooper would be somebody that we would potentially try to get out of. I'm sure you already know this. But I mean, if you could effectively just trade Amari for a second and a third, I think that's something that we would look to do. And honestly, you could end up just doing that with Tony Pollard as well. It's just cash out for a second and a third. Because if we go into 2025 and we have the abundance of picks, we have the young assets like London, Rome, Thomas, JSN, May, Penix, all increasing in production and value going into next year. You could have by far and away the best team in the league, especially if you get off of these guys like Pollard and Gibbs and put yourself in a position in which we should have an incredibly high 2025 first round pick. I think that would be the main thing that I would be looking to do, to be honest. But again, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. I really hope that I was able to help you out in some way here. And if you want in the flock league, let me know. Let me know. We got a spot for you next year. And actually, I see another team that you're sending in. Starting 1-5 after some bad beats. Assuming I should play for next year at this point. Okay, no, actually, we already answered this one. I guess for whatever reason, it pulled up a duplicate here. Just to confirm, yes, this is the same exact team. Okay, good. Just making sure. But let me move over and let me answer some of the free questions that we have in the live chat. If you have any questions, please drop them in the chat. We'll be happy to try to answer as many as we possibly can. And also, if you have not done so already, hit that like button. I mean, I did realize this, I want to say last night. I was talking to my girlfriend and I just pointed out that I don't think I have missed a single day of live streaming during the season in 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024. Assuming we make it through all of 2024, I don't think we'll miss a single day of streaming during the fantasy football season. Which is just absolutely insane to think about. Let's see. Ryan says, what are you doing with Josh Jacobs? With Jacobs, I still stand by. I think that this is a 3-down running back in a very good offense. So I personally have no issue whatsoever just going through and holding on to Josh Jacobs. Like, I think it's a good offense. Usage as a receiver. I think Jacobs still low-end RB1, high-end RB2 rest of season. JJ says, pick one, Kirk, Rome, or Watson. I'm assuming this is Christian Watson. If I'm looking at somebody for rest of season on my roster, I probably want Rome Odunze, especially with Caleb Williams improving. I think baseline expectation should be that you can get continued improvement from the stud rookie quarterback and the stud rookie receiver that was just drafted inside the top 10 of the NFL draft. Amari says, when is a good time to move off Jordan Mason for value? The best time to sell Jordan Mason, and it's not even close either, is the second before we get any positive news regarding Christian McCaffrey. Now, with that being said, do I know when that news is going to come out about CMC? Hell no. If I did, I would be a freaking fantasy football wizard, which clearly I'm a fantasy football clown. So it's almost impossible to know specifically with Jordan Mason. If you're, say, 5-1 right now, and you're going, okay, if I trade away Jordan Mason, all of a sudden I'm starting Tony Pollard instead, and it's not that big of a drop-off, then hell yeah, you should trade Jordan Mason. If you're sitting at 1-5 or 2-4, and if you sold Jordan Mason, you're praying that Devin Singletary can come back so you can start Devin Singletary, then you're the guy who probably needs to hold on to Jordan Mason. So I have no idea the exact time that you should sell Mason. I just know what rosters I'd probably look to hold and what rosters I'd probably look to sell. Weston says Chubb or Moss this weekend. I think we're going to have to get additional information in Cleveland. With Moss, I would probably rather not start him his first week back. But with that being said, with Chubb, I'd rather not start him his first week back. With that being said, now that you have no Jerome Ford, I think you may be in a position in which you have to sell. I mean, you have to start Nick Chubb. Wyatt says was offered James Cook, Keenan Allen, George Pickens for T. Higgins and Josh Downs. Higgins to James Cook. Give me Cook. Downs to Pickens. Probably give me Pickens with Richardson coming back in. So I would very easily take the James Cook side, assuming that James Cook is healthy. I'm assuming James Cook's playing tonight, right? Have we had any other information about James Cook? I know that Frank Gore Jr. came in and got activated off the practice squad. Let me double check. James Cook. Yeah, Bills are elevating running back Frank Gore Jr. in what will now be his first NFL game. I have no idea if James Cook's going to be playing or not. But honestly, we're going through and making that trade for James Cook. I'm assuming it wouldn't go through until tomorrow anyway. So if it's not going to go through until tomorrow, then honestly, it may not matter. Looking at Underdog right now, you do have a James Cook pick 'em out there. You have James Cook higher, lower, 71.5 total yards. If you took the lower and James Cook didn't play, then it gets voided. If you take either one and James Cook doesn't play, it gets voided. But if you think that James Cook potentially only plays a couple snaps, then maybe the lower on 13.5 rushing yards isn't the worst thing in the world. 13.5 rushing attempts. Now, moving this over. John says Chris Olave for Marvin Harrison Jr. I would very, very easily prefer Harrison. Honestly, not even remotely close for me either. Okay. Captain Motorsport says, bro, lower all day. I would expect that most people probably would want the James Cook lowers. If I were you, I'd probably wait until we get official actives, inactives, which should come out very, very soon. That way you don't have to even worry about things getting voided. Jason says, traded Dobbins for Tyreek. What are your thoughts? I think Dobbins is one of the biggest risers in fantasy football. But if you can trade him for Tyreek Hill, then it is an absolute no-brainer. And I mean an absolute no-brainer. Okay. Jess says, sell Bijan or keep. I got Montgomery, Eckler. It depends on what price point you're looking at. Obviously, Bijan comes through, and Bijan does give you a very strong fantasy day yesterday. But at the same time, going into the future, I don't know how much we can expect that to be the case. Specifically with the usage that you had with, say, Tyler Algier. The Algier usage was very concerning. Nice guy says Bijan RB 9 to 14 rest of season. I had Bijan a lot higher in my weekly rankings this week just because it was such a good matchup going up against Carolina. But if you look at my rest of season rankings, the average expert rankings on the site have Bijan Robinson as RB7. If you sort by my rankings in particular, I have Bijan Robinson RB9. I have Bijan behind somebody like Kenneth Walker. I have him behind Taylor, behind Breece. Nick says, Reed and Chuba Hubbard for Joe Mixon. If you are thinking long-term here, I probably would rather have Mixon. Okay. Dan says, I just traded Kyler and Kareem for DJ and Xavier Worthy. I like it depending on your roster. Obviously, we need to make sure that we have a solid quarterback. If you're having a stream QB at that point, maybe not now. Isaac says buy low candidates will come out with that buy low video this Thursday, I think. No, Wednesday. Weston says if Georgia beats Texas this weekend, you review my fantasy team for free? Probably not. Be honest with you, probably not. If you use promo code FLOCK, how about this? If you use promo code FLOCK and make a $10 deposit on Underdog Fantasy this weekend, then yes, I'll review your team for free. I got you. I got you, my guy. Preston says Lamb, JSN, Addison for Amon-Ra, Aaron Jones, and the Vikings defense. Lamb to St. Brown, slight downgrade. JSN to Aaron Jones, massive upgrade. Addison to the Vikings defense, who cares? We want the Amon-Ra, St. Brown, Aaron Jones side. We want the Aaron Jones side. Okay. JJ says, I never got my code for a free team review after my deposit. You don't get like email a code or anything. The free team review just gets automatically applied to your account. So go to your account page on flockfantasy.com. And if you used the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy, your free team review voucher should already be sitting there. And if it is not, you can shoot me an email, mason.flockfantasy.com. Real quick, we just hit 600 likes on this live stream. Thank you so much for everybody who's gone down there and hitting that like button. Let's go pivot back over and answer some more of the questions that we have coming through the site. Of course, if you wanted to ask any questions through the site, you can always go hit that expert advice button in the top right corner. You can send a super message. You can send a start sit question, a trade question, a team review. Of course, if you wanted that team review, what I would highly recommend is taking advantage of the free offer that we have over there on Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you're actually going to be getting a free Josh Allen square for tonight's game, more than less than half a total yard. And you'll be getting a free team review in the live streams that we're doing every single day. I'm sure y'all have noticed the vast majority of the team reviews that we do in these live streams are from people who take advantage of this Underdog promo that we have. But let's move this back over to our next question. This one is a massive dono for a team review from Bowen Lee 2019. This is biggest of boners. Says, after this week, I'll be 5-1. How much should I give for long-term pieces for the playoffs? For example, Large has Nico. I could get Nico and Neighbors for AJ Godwin. AJ to Neighbors, lateral move, kind of up to you there. Going from Godwin to Nico, I just think that maybe you're paying a little bit too much in that case, to be honest. Or Swift AJ for Achane and Tyreek. So going from Swift to Devon Achane, I think that is a clear upgrade if Tua does come back. Going from AJ to Tyreek, I think long-term, that is a clear upgrade if Tua does come back. So between those two trades, I would be a little bit more excited about the latter than the former. Now, looking at the team, obviously, if we are 5-1, I agree with you. I think that we definitely want to be focusing in on more so a long-term approach. And I agree. I think we should be looking at possibly going through and adding in some of these options that you have, such as Nico Collins, Devon Achane, even some rookies. Like if you wanted to add in on the super cheap, somebody like Ladd McConkey, I definitely think you could look to do that as well. Now, first thing I want to point out here is we have 3 quarterbacks that are all about like low-end QB1s, high-end streaming options, where you are sitting with the combo of Mahomes, Baker, and Purdy. So I understand picking 2 guys that you like here is probably pretty difficult. But with that being said, I think you have to pick 2. I think you have to drop the other one. I'm saying this as somebody who has Brock Purdy on their own team. But personally, I probably would prefer the combo of Patrick Mahomes and Baker Mayfield over Purdy. So personally, I would drop Brock Purdy here and just roll with the other 2 QBs. Going over to what we have with the waiver wire pickup that's available to you if you make that move, you could just go through and pick up somebody like Roma Dunze for effectively free. And this is a league in which you can start up to 4 wide receivers every single week. So I would look to go ahead and make that move. And another move that I would look to make right this second is, assuming that we didn't start Jalen Tolbert this week, what you can actually look to do is we can drop Jalen Tolbert where nothing is really going to change his value anytime soon. And we are going to go pick up Keon Coleman before tonight's game. Jalen Tolbert is on the bye week, so there's really no possible outcome where Jalen Tolbert all of a sudden in week 7 is somebody that we now feel like is a cornerstone asset with our team, or now somebody that we can look to go through and sell for a massive premium. That's just not going to be a possibility here. So, I mean, if you could go through and if you could cut Tolbert, pick up Keon Coleman, where even if it's not the most likely thing that happens, if you believe that there's a possibility that Keon Coleman drops 20 fantasy points tonight in a primetime game as a borderline round 1 NFL draft pick with a wide open depth chart here with Josh Allen as his QB, I think that would probably be something that is possible and all of a sudden could spike Keon Coleman's value. So I think you drop Tolbert. I think you pick up Keon Coleman. You drop Purdy. You pick up Roma Dunze. And we roll with the rookie wide receivers that should expand their roles as the season progresses. Now, going over to what we have, say, with our next option, particularly at running back, we are sitting with Bijan Robinson and DeAndre Swift. For me personally, I am fine projecting both these names out to be running back 1 and running back 2 options rest of season. We have Rico Dowdle here as well as a quality depth piece. Obviously, we are in a tough spot for this week as we have both DeAndre Swift and Rico Dowdle on the bye. But long term, obviously, that's not our biggest concern. And another thing that's worth pointing out here is with Tracy, if you do have Devin Singletary coming back this week, I think a pivot that you could look to make is cut Tyrone Tracy and go ahead and pick up a running back like Rachaad White or Zach Charbonnet off the waiver wire. Now, again, that would have a lot to do specifically with, say, Devin Singletary coming back in, Tracy just going back to being a backup running back in what is generally an underwhelming offense. Going over to wide receiver, it's a league where you can start 4 receivers weekly. So having Jefferson, A.J. Brown, Godwin, Tank Dell, we are excited about these names, and I'm excited about this wide receiver room in general. I just think revisiting what we are talking about in terms of the wide receivers with higher ceilings rest of season, such as Rome Odunze and Keon Coleman, I think those are interesting options. And then going over to tight end, we have McBride, a cornerstone piece that you're starting every single week, regardless of the matchup here. So love to see it. Nothing to discuss here at tight end. Obviously, we are completely fine as is and really don't need to be making any moves. But the big changes that we make with the team, honestly, I don't think are centered around trades. I think the big thing that we are looking to do is we cut Brock Purdy, we cut Jalen Tolbert, we pick up Rome Odunze, we pick up Keon Coleman. If it sounds like Devin Singletary is going to be back this week, then at that point, we are going to go through and we are going to be moving on from Tyrone Tracy. We'll be picking up Rachaad White off the waiver wire. And I think you're good to roll with this team into the future. I mean, obviously, it's an awkward spot having all 3 of those quarterbacks. And if you wanted to make a trade to pivot over to like Tyreek Hill and Nico Collins, these guys that have the long-term upside, I like it. I just don't necessarily think that you're charging enough for it. And what that trade would look like is that's Chris Godwin for Tyreek Hill straight up. That's what the deal looks like in my mind. I think you do need to be charging a premium because you are the one that's taking on the risk. And then also, if you wanted to trade for Nico Collins, honestly, waiting 2 weeks and waiting another week and trading for Collins in week 7, you're going to pay the same price, but you're going to get another week of production from your other guys. But I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. But moving over to our next question. This one's coming out from Alex. 5-1, 10-team PPR with Henry, Walker, Mixon, Lamb, Brian Thomas Jr., Nico Collins. Is losing Brian Thomas Jr. worth it? Is it too reactionary to this past week with Dell? I honestly don't think it is too reactionary. Real quick, James Cook just got ruled out. James Cook just got ruled out. So if you're relying on James Cook, where Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport did tell us on Friday and Saturday that James Cook would be good to go, it is time to pivot. If you can go get Ray Davis, if you can go get Ty Johnson, you need to do so. GG, no James Cook. Please check your waiver wire right now if Ray Davis or if Ty Johnson's sitting out there. Ray Davis is the preferable option, but Ty Johnson is viable as well. And obviously, we can't update the weekly rankings. To be honest with you, by the time we get to Monday, I really don't update the weekly ranks because I'm assuming that everybody has kind of already done what they needed to in terms of making their start-sit decisions. But just in case anybody's still relying on us for these rankings this week, we'll throw James Cook in at the bottom. We'll move Ray Davis. I would probably prefer Ray Davis over these guys like Javonte Madison, Roshan. Obviously, hindsight's being 2020, but Ray Davis probably be about RB 28. And Ty Johnson probably moves up to being, I would probably play Ty Johnson over Braylon Allen, to be honest. And that I'm way more confident in Breece Hall being the RB1 in Buffalo than I am of Ray Davis being the Breece Hall being the RB1 in New York versus Ray Davis being the RB1 in Buffalo. I still prefer Ray Davis over Ty Johnson, but Ty Johnson would be the other guy if you needed to pivot, if you did need to pivot. And then Ray Davis or Braylon Allen, I would rather have Ray Davis over Braylon Allen. I would. And then looking at this trade again, this is Brian Thomas, Jalen Waddle, Tank Dell. I think I'm going to be going with the Waddle and Dell side. We're 5-1. We can think a little more long-term here. Thinking a little more long-term, we should have, say, Tua back into Miami, and then all of a sudden, Waddle goes to being an option that is probably a low-end wide receiver 1, high-end wide receiver 2 yet again. Now, J-Law coming out with a start-sit question. Says, who to start this week due to the buy solve? Something like this. Buys. Love the vids, bro. Watch every video and stream. I don't comment much. Well, much love. Thank you so much. I'm sorry that I'm an idiot and I can't read, my friend. But looking at this, I think we will go with Jalen Hurts over Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray is going to have a tougher matchup against the Chargers. Running back, we have Kyron good to go. We have, I believe, Bijan good to go as well, not on bye. To be honest with you, I have not memorized the bye weeks yet for week 7. Week 7, yeah, Bijan is playing Atlanta, so we're going to jam Bijan in. Wide receiver, Chase, Lamb. Actually, no Lamb this week. So I guess we're assuming that Neighbors is good to go. And then for the flex, I know JT has a week 14 bye. We go JT. And if JT is not good to go, you go Kenneth Walker. So it's really going to come down to JT's availability. And if he's not a practice all week and it's like a game time decision and then he ends up playing, I'd still rather have Kenneth Walker over him. But so Kenneth Walker, unless JT is pretty much a practice all week. But this is a freaking nutso team. Yeah, this looks like it's maybe a 2-team league. I mean, this is incredible. But let me mark that complete, and then we will answer a few more of these questions on the site before we get back to the questions in the live chat. Let's move this over. We only have 7 more questions on the site, so if you get your question in, it will for sure be answered relatively soon. Carslat says, what moves should we look to make to strengthen my team rest of season? We feel like we need a better running back too. Well, this is a 10-team league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So with this being a 10-team league where you start 2 receivers and 1 flex, you are highly incentivized to go through and upgrade at running back 2 by selling wide receiver depth if you are having an issue here. But anyway, we are the number 1 team with the league analyzer. And at the same time, I mean, there is a pretty big gap between the teams here at the very top and the teams here at the very bottom. Like, just for fun to check out the team at the bottom here. Yeah, this is a tough squad. But anyway, looking at our current roster, quarterback, we have an elite level QB. We love to see it. We have Jalen Hurts. Obviously, we are starting him every single week, regardless of the matchup. And at the same time, you are looking at what we have with the additional roster flexibility in that you are able to go through and you're able to pick up the additional running backs. If you think that you're weak at running back 2, having that extra RB at the very bottom does make a relatively big difference. Now, going over to what we have with our running back room, we are currently sitting with Etienne, Jordan Mason, Jonathan Brooks, Bucky Irving, Zach Moss, Antonio Gibson, and Jalen Wright. So it is a very awkward spot to be in terms of Zach Moss losing his job, Jordan Mason maybe being the short-term option. We have a great team. We are 4-1 coming into this week. Obviously, we are situated in a way in which we need to be thinking long-term. So long-term, if CMC does come in, then at that point, we are rolling out like Achane and Brooks, which with a 10-team league, I agree, is probably weak. However, wide receiver, we are so damn strong here where we have Lamb, A.J. Brown, Drake London. So we have the 2 top options for wide receiver every week. Not only do we have the 2 top options for wide receiver every week, but at the same time, we can jam a wide receiver comfortably into the flex spot. We have the elite tight end in Bowers. I think this is a phenomenal team. I agree with you. I think upgrading RB2 would be advantageous if possible. I think the easiest way to do it is sell the guy that we had as the buy low candidate a couple weeks back in Tank Dell. And if you could potentially package together Tank Dell and Jordan Mason, specifically on a roster that's this strong, where at the same time we have the record where we really should be thinking about the fantasy football playoffs. And if you're able to go pivot to make a 2-for-1 deal and get an upgrade there at RB2, I think that could be very interesting. Now, another consideration to have is you could just go through and maybe make an adjustment here near the very bottom end of this team, where right now we are currently sitting with Antonio Gibson and Jalen Wright with the bottom end of our roster. If you could maybe instead go ahead and drop Antonio Gibson or Jalen Wright, up to you, and pick up Rachaad White, I think that'd be very interesting. To be honest with you, I think that there are maybe some other running backs that I'd rather have over Jalen Wright as well. And yeah, there is Tyler Algier. So I think you drop Antonio Gibson, Jalen Wright, you pick up Rachaad White and Tyler Algier. If you can trade Dell and Jordan Mason to go get a long-term running back upgrade, then at that point, you can look to add in Romeo Doubs off the waiver wire at wide receiver as well. But yeah, I mean, this is a great team, obviously. Number 1 team in the league analyzer. Significantly better than my own roster is in my league. So I'm rooting for you, of course. Now, moving this over to Sam. Sam's traded Brian Thomas Jr. for 2 future first. Wait, what? You traded Brian Thomas Jr. for 3 future first? You were just flexing on us. Obviously, phenomenal trade. Very few wide receivers that are worth 3 future first round picks in Dynasty. And I don't think that Brian Thomas is one of them, if we're going to be honest. Okay. Now, we can pivot over and answer some of the free questions that we have in the live chats. If you have any questions, please let me hear them in the chat. We'll be trying to get to as many as I can for you. And we can pull up all the official actives, inactives for this game as well. So we already updated the rankings on the site. If you go over and look at the Mason Dodd rankings on flockfantasy.com, you'll see that I do have Ray Davis over Ty Johnson. You'll see where we have them both. But anyway, yeah, the official word is that James Cook is going to be inactive for week 6. James Cook is inactive. If you had to look at one of the backups, Ray Davis would be the preferred option. If you are playing against the person who has James Cook and it's a close matchup for tonight and they have not had the ability to check their phone and go pick up Ray Davis yet, go to your league, pick up the combination of Ray Davis and Ty Johnson. Block them and guarantee your win. Frank Gore Jr. is probably not going to do anything. He's active. He would be the third guy. If you were blocked from getting Ray Davis and Ty Johnson, obviously you have no other option but to go with Frank Gore Jr. But to be honest with you, I would be less excited about him than I am the other players in Buffalo. Going through, they do not have the running back lines up on Underdog Fantasy just yet for the Buffalo running backs. They do have Khalil Shakir, higher lower 34.5 receiving yards. However, so they have that one up. But once they put up the projections for the Bills running backs, I will let you know them for sure. The other word that we had is Khalil Shakir, good to go week 6. This does make it where Keon Coleman, you should lower expectations down a bit. Am I super excited to then go through and pivot over and start Khalil Shakir? No, like for the love of God, if you had, say, If you're planning on Garrett Wilson, you're like, oh, Shakir's good to go now. No, you obviously do not go Shakir over a player like that. And yeah, just to set some baseline expectations, Underdog has Shakir at higher, lower 34.5 receiving yards. Maybe Shakir being good to go lowers your expectation with Kincaid just a bit. If you wanted to go Kincaid lower than 40.5 receiving yards. And then Tyler Conklin, good to go. If you really needed a streaming tight ends, I would have hoped that you didn't wait to just roll the dice that you got Tyler Conklin on Monday night. But if possible, you could have, obviously, if possible. But I think that should be it for the news that we've gotten over the past 5 minutes. I do want to reiterate, not only if you have James Cook, should you be picking up Ray Davis, but if the person that you are playing has James Cook, you should be picking up Ray Davis. You should be picking up Ty Johnson to block them if it is a close matchup between y'all. Okay. But let's move this over. And let me answer some more of the free questions that we have in the live chat before we get back to the questions on the site. So please, if you have any questions, drop them in the chat. We'll be happy to try to get to as many as I can. Dan says Braylon Allen or Ray Davis. Braylon Allen has a 0% possibility of being the starting running back in his own backfield. I think Braylon Allen is exciting if you think that they are going to run the ball a little bit more. But for me, it's kind of just easily Ray Davis. Okay. Chubb for Devontae Adams. I would rather have Devontae Adams over Nick Chubb rest of season. Issue with Nick Chubb is, one, we should probably expect the efficiency to be a little bit lower than what we've had throughout his career. I mean, just aging veteran running back where you would naturally expect an efficiency decline. Plus, you sprinkle on the fact that you are also going to be dealing with the lack of usage as a receiver, as well as one of the worst offenses in the NFL. So can I sit here and say that you are going to have just an absolute no-brainer spot where you need to start Nick Chubb every single... No, probably not. But it's not like Devontae Adams is that exciting either. I think both options are about low-end RB2s and wide receiver 2s for their respective offenses. Austin says, what would you trade Tyreek for? Please be a little more specific. You can check out the rankings on the site if you need that. Ty says, Mason, Hook Morans, the people want to know who's QB1, Ewers or Manning. I think it's Ewers. He's put in the work. He's been the guy. To switch to Manning now be a little tough. Manning obviously is QB1 long-term. Okay. We've said this 1,000 times. Ray Davis over Ty Johnson. Zach says, would you trade Kupp for Tyreek? Yes, I would. Obviously, reports are that Kupp is going to be good to go potentially this week. I will say that Cooper Kupp will be higher than Tyreek Hill in my rankings this week. Now, with that being said, long term, when you get Tua back in Miami and when you get Puka Nacua back in Los Angeles, long term, I think Tyreek is the clear play. Tear Up says DeMario Douglas for TJ Hawkinson. What are your thoughts? I think DeMario Douglas is in one of the lowest scoring offenses in the NFL at the position that is the deepest position in the NFL. Give me TJ Hawkinson relatively easily. Course says need 11.8 from Kincaid to win my matchup. What are we thinking? Full BBR format, you maybe have a better shot. Right now, if you're looking at Underdog, Kincaid is higher, lower, 7.95 fantasy points, but Underdog is half PPR. But even if you're looking at a full PPR projection, I think you'd probably put Kincaid at about 9.5 points. So I think you have a good shot. I think you have a shot. I'd probably put it 45%. Checkmate says Anthony Richardson or Justin Fields rest of season. So this is a brutal question to answer. So we got word that Anthony Richardson will be playing this week. Now, with that being said, Justin Fields has given us the consistent rushing upside. Anthony Richardson looked bad with this time in. Fields has been running the ball more. I don't know what would make us think that Richardson's the better quarterback at this point. So if you look at my rankings over on flockfantasy.com, I have Justin Fields ahead of Anthony Richardson rest of season. Now, with that being said, I freaking traded for Anthony Richardson a week or two ago from Sal for what I thought was Anthony Richardson on the cheap. And it's looking like it is just not even not even close, to be honest. Jay says Mixon for Bijan straight up. I still have Bijan slightly ahead of Mixon. I still have Bijan slightly ahead of Mixon. Okay. Nate says, is Sean Tucker a threat to Bucky Irving? If you look at Sean Tucker appears that he is in a three-man. I mean, he's turning this into a three-man running back by committee. Where if Rachaad White's healthy, Rachaad White's going to come back in and White will have a role. This coaching staff came out and they said, yeah, Sean Tucker has played himself into more opportunities, which obviously is concerning here. Okay. Everybody spam the chat. Who would you rather have between Ray Davis or Ty Johnson? Please spam the chat. Are you going to be going with Ray Davis or Ty Johnson tonight if you had James Cook? Let me see in the Flock League. I know Badaki needed James Cook. Good to go. He picked up Ray Davis. I wish I would have put in some fab to block that. What does Badaki need? He needs Ray Davis to have 4 fantasy points. Really hoping Ray Davis does not have 4 fantasy points, because then I jump another spot in the Flock League in the standings. But we got Ty, Ray. Ty, Ray. Ray, Ty, Ray. Ty, Ray. Looks like everybody, I mean, the majority of people are on the Ty Johnson train. In the Flock League, Ray Davis went for more fab. Let me see if Underdog's put out projections yet for the running backs. No running backs projections out just yet. Oh, this is tough. I think the main thing we want to look for is what does Underdog do here? Chris says, how do I get a free team review? If you want a free team review, you can take advantage of the offer that we have over on Underdog Fantasy. Or if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you'll be getting that free Josh Allen pick, less than half a total yard for the game tonight. And at the same time, you'll be getting an additional free team review over there on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. That way we can go ahead and I know who to credit with that free team review voucher. But yeah, you can find the link to do that in the live chat. And speaking of it, we do need to go through and we need to answer some more of the questions over there on flockfantasy.com. If you wanted to send in that team review, if you wanted to ask a start sit question, if you want to ask a trade question, you can always go to the expert advice button in the top right corner, and you can send in a team review, trade question, start sit question, or a super message to get guaranteed answered in any live stream that we are in, or even you can do it off the live stream and we'll send it to you through the site when we answer. Now, Jolt coming out with our next free team review. This is one of those free Underdog team reviews. Team name is Pooky Force, something along those lines. It is a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, where we have the best team according to the league analyzer. Now, it's not like we are significantly ahead of the rest of the league, but there is that group of about 3 teams near the top. Here at quarterback, we are currently rolling with Josh Allen, obviously a QB that you are able to start pretty much every single week, regardless of the matchup. Definitely an up and down option where it's not a super consistent play. Like, I definitely can't have him ahead of Jaden Daniels, Lamar Jackson, Jalen Hurts. Going over to running back, we currently have Jahmyr Gibbs, Devon Achane. So long-term here, 2 running back ones in a full PPR league. We have Jacobs, Kareem Hunt, Jonathan Brooks. And then even down there on the bench, we have these rookies that can be better in the long term as well, such as Braylon Allen and Trey Benson. So phenomenal running back room, specifically for a team where we should be thinking a little bit more about our long-term upside. Going over to wide receiver, we are currently sitting with Chase, Jaden Reed, Deontay Johnson, and Devontae Adams. So we have the elite wide receiver 1, Jaden Reed, a great wide receiver 2. I mean, hell, we don't even need the wide receiver 3 in Deontay or Devontae Adams for our flex because we can just throw Jacobs in the flex regardless. And then going over to tight end, we have the combo of Kyle Pitts and TJ Hawkinson. So overall, this is a great team. There are very few moves that I think we can look to make with it. Because you are so damn strong at running back and wide receiver, specifically in a format in which you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, I wouldn't mind at all if you wanted to go ahead and if you wanted to potentially look to pay up and get the elite level tight ends. Where if you could possibly send, say, Kareem Hunt, right? I think Kareem Hunt would be a great example of a player that actually makes sense to potentially sell with this team in particular, because it's not like Kareem Hunt is ever really hitting our lineup. It's not like we need that running back production, but if you could sell Kareem Hunt with either Kyle Pitts or TJ Hawkinson to go get an upgrade inside the starting lineup, I think that would be something we are looking to do. Now, of course, we can go through and we can try to use the league analyzer and find a team that potentially needs some help here at running back. Where if we go down to the team at the bottom, this team currently is sitting with Bucky Irving, Rashad White, Travis Etienne, Zach Charbonnet. So obviously they really do need some running back help. Now the thing is their tight end's Jake Ferguson. So I don't know if we're super excited to make that pivot. Maybe we can find somebody else that needs help at running back. This team maybe is going to lose Chuba Hubbard with Jonathan Brooks coming back in. They have Brock Bowers. So I mean, if you could send them a depth running back, or if we could send them Kareem Hunt, as well as, say, Kyle Pitts and pivot over to Bowers, I think that makes a ton of sense. I mean, even if they wanted somebody added in like Braylon Allen, or if they wanted Jonathan Brooks instead of Kareem Hunt. I mean, I think if you can go through and make that move, it would be great, especially if you can open up a roster spot where you can go ahead and pick up somebody like Ladd McConkey with a lot of long-term upside off the waiver wire for effectively free. Now, the other thing to point out is, I don't know if we already said this, we probably already did. It would be interesting for me if we could go through and if we could potentially just drop Trey Benson and grab Rico Dowdle off the waiver wire. Even if Benson looks like he's expanding his role a bit, I still would rather have Dowdle. But I really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way here. Obviously, this is a great team where it's not super easy to come up with a ton of things to do. Now, going over to Crusade with our next question. It says, 1-5, lost both of my last games by less than a point. My league mate offered me this. Are we going to accept? So going from Puka Nacua to Jamar Chase, massive, 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 massive upgrade, especially on a team where we are 1-5 and we need points right now. We can't hold the long-term upside of Puka. Brian Robinson and Rachaad White, downgrade. Brandon Ayuk to Khalil Shakir, downgrade. Isaiah Likely's worthless. It doesn't matter. You go Jamar Chase on a 1-5 team. Maybe 5-1, we can sit here and think about, oh, okay, what's Puka going to give you in the long term? Maybe Puka's viable, blah, 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 blah. But no, not on a team that's is 1-5. On a team that's 1-5, we sell Puka for whatever we can get. And getting over to Jamar Chase makes a ton of sense. Now, our next question is going to be coming out from Philip. This is a team review here. It says, hey, Mason, I'm 2-3, 11th in the league. We just traded JSN and Bucky Irving 2 weeks ago for Mixon and Rome. Beautiful. Maybe save the season. My quarterback position's rough. Any trades you suggest? We also have Nick Chubb as a trade asset or my wide receiver as depth assets. Well, this is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. So typically in general, I would like to have the elite quarterback if we can, and I would like to sell wide receiver depth pieces to make it happen. Now, I will say we are the second best team in the league analyzer, so we are in a pretty good spot here. Starting off at quarterback, we've had Anthony Richardson injured. I guess we've just been streaming options. Geno Smith has been the streamer that we chose for this past week, but getting Anthony Richardson back in where we've been told that he will be good to go today. Sorry, obviously good to go for the long term here. Definitely feels better. Running back, we have Mixon, Josh Jacobs. You need Nick Chubb with this team. I mean, we have the injury to Tajay Spears. Nick Chubb's coming back this week. I think the time to have sold Nick Chubb, if you wanted to, was probably a few weeks ago. But if we've held on to him this long, I would rather just wait, see what we get. So running back room's great now that we have Joe Mixon back in. Obviously, I understand why we were losing games early in the year if we had no Joe Mixon. Wide receiver, we have 2 wide receiver ones rest of season with St. Brown, Drake London. Devonta Smith got injured early in the year. We have already had St. Brown and Devonta Smith go through their bye weeks as well. So it's a really comfortable spot to be at, specifically with our wide receiver room. Going over to what we have with our tight end. We are currently sitting with Dalton Kincaid. This is a phenomenal team. I would love to go through and tell you to sell a depth wide receiver with a quarterback and go get a QB upgrade. I think it would make a lot of sense for your roster to go through and take your wide receiver 4, package him with Anthony Richardson, and see if you're able to go through and see if you're able to possibly get a top-end QB. But the issue with that is, at the end of the day, you are looking at assets that should be a lot better in the future than they are right now. I think Rome Odunze, Keon Coleman, these guys are going to get better. I think that Nick Chubb will get better. I think that Anthony Richardson will get better. I understand that we have a bad record up until this point, but I think you just stacked the team up with a lot of these long-term assets that didn't give us short-term production, but we can be excited about now in the long term. So to be honest, I don't really see too many trades we're looking to make. In terms of waiver wire moves, if you wanted to go through and if you wanted to cut Geno Smith and you wanted to instead pick up Kirk Cousins, I think that's something you could look to do. Going over to running back, I think I would rather have Ray Davis over Trey Benson at this point with the James Cook injury. Wide receiver, Christian Watson, Juju Smith-Schuster, kind of up to you. Tight end, obviously, we're not rostering another tight end here. I think the team's good. I think it's a great construction. There's not much I want to do. If Rome breaks out, if Keon Coleman breaks out, and you can get a bunch of value from at that point, and you want to use them in a 2-for-1 deal to go get an upgraded quarterback, then you can do so. But honestly, for now, I think that you probably hold still, expecting these players to improve, and you can get more value for them in the future if you wanted to sell. Now, I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. And again, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. I think you have a good team. I think it's going to be a lot better in the future. Now, moving over to NM4MZ. This is for Kimmy D. Says, just looking for a consultation. I like my team, and I've barely gotten by with no Cup or CMC. We're 4-2. Looking at Watson and Demario Douglas off the waiver wire with about 59% of our fab left. Would give up Johnson for one of them, but I'll take any feedback you have. Thanks for all your hard work. No, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. Going to be excited to check this out for you. Looking at this with the 6th team in the league analyzer, I will say first thing is Demario Douglas is probably not somebody I'm super excited about. Christian Watson more so just because I expect that the offense in Green Bay will be significantly better than the offense in New England going into the future. But this is currently a team that's actually been winning games despite the McCaffrey injury. I mean, obviously we have the elite level quarterback, which helps. I mean, we are sitting here with Jaden Daniels, a QB that we are going to be able to play every single week, regardless of his matchup. So, I mean, love to see that. Going over to what we have with our running back room, we are currently sitting with Christian McCaffrey, Brian Robinson, Chuba Hubbard, Devin Singletary, Tank Bigsby, Roshan Johnson, Tyrone Tracy. So, I mean, it's a deep running back room. Obviously, the top end production doesn't appear to be there until we get McCaffrey back. We have Chuba Hubbard in the short term. I do stand by. I think when Jonathan Brooks is back in this offense, that all of a sudden we should expect that more likely than not, we actually get some regression for Chuba, and he looks a little bit more like a running back 2, actually probably more a high-end RB3 in fantasy, to be honest, as somebody that we're not super excited to start. But hopefully by the time that happens, we are getting McCaffrey back in. We are getting Brian Robinson back in. It's a league where we can start up to 4 receivers weekly. So the wide receiver depth actually does matter a considerable amount. Going over to Kupp, McLaurin, Olave, Wan'Dale, Leggett. Obviously, this team's probably struggled at wide receiver, given the disappointment that we've had from Olave, given the injury that we had from Kupp. But going into the future, I think it should be a much better spot when we get Cooper Kupp back in as early as this week. And going over to tight end, we have the elite tight end with Trey McBride. Knowing that this is a 12-team format where we can start 4 receivers weekly, I definitely think if you get the ability to, it does make a ton of sense for us to go through and for us to build out a little more depth, particularly with the wide receiver position. And the way that we would probably want to go about that is if you could potentially squeeze some value out of Kyle Pitts and a 2-for-1 deal with one of these receivers like Wan'Dale Robinson, with the expectation that Malik Neighbors coming in will drive down the targets dramatically for Wan'Dale, who's currently sitting with the 2nd most targets in the NFL at the wide receiver position. I think that would make a ton of sense. Going through and looking at a team that could potentially use another tight end. This team's rostering currently Cade Otton and Luke Musgrave. to go send them Pitts and a player like Wan'Dale Robinson to get to Stephon Diggs is an absolute no-brainer. Obviously, much easier said than done. The issue that we may have is your league may come back and go, hey, instead, I want Chris Olave and Kyle Pitts for Stephon Diggs. At that point, it's definitely something that you could consider, but it may be a little bit of a tougher sell. I would actually try to throw in like Tank Bigsby, Wan'Dale Robinson, and Pitts to go get to that wide receiver upgrade if possible. Going through and looking at another team that potentially needs some help at tight ends. This team down here is rolling with Dalton Schultz. If you could go like Kyle Pitts and Wan'Dale Robinson to pivot over to Devontae Adams, that would be a no-brainer. Maybe Kyle Pitts and Chris Olave to pivot over to Mike Evans. And then at that point, if you opened up the roster spot, it would be easier for you to add that player like Christian Watson or that player like Pop Douglas, if that's who you're wanting. I would also consider Trey Benson, with Benson actually expanding his role slightly in Arizona this past week. Running back, I think we just got to be patient. We have to get these guys back in. Obviously, we had Chuba Hubbard as the sell high candidate previously. But with that being said, I think here it may be a tougher situation for you, knowing that we are dealing with the running back injuries in the short term. So even if in the long term, we should expect that we get the value fall for Chuba, he's still probably somebody that we want in our lineup. But I think that's all I have for you. And again, thank you so much for being a member of the Flock, supporting the channel. I hope I was able to help you out in some way here. And of course, if there's anything I can do for you, don't hesitate to reach out to me and let me know. But I know we have more people in the chat saying that, going back and forth between Ray Davis and Ty Johnson. Like I said, my preference between the two would be Ray Davis. I believe we updated our rankings and had them about 5 spots apart in the rankings on flockfantasy.com. If we want to go and look at the underdog projections that you have currently, have they put out running back picks? They have yet to put out picks for the running backs. Underdog has to put out picks at some point, don't they? When are they what are they waiting for to put out these running back picks? Are they in the lab cooking them up? I will let you know soon what the projections are here for what they say. But let's move back over and let's get another team review going through the sites. This team review is coming out from Pooky Force. This is one of those free underdog team reviews. This is the second best team in this league. And of course, I do want to reiterate, if y'all wanted a team review, if you wanted a start sit question, if you wanted a send a super message, trade question, whatever you're wanting, you can go through the link in the live chat that says ask a question here, and you can send it through flockfantasy.com to get a guaranteed answer in this live stream. Or you can go through, and if you wanted that team review, what I would highly recommend doing is taking advantage of the promo that we have with Underdog Fantasy, or you can go over to Underdog Fantasy, where I'll let you know as soon as they put out a higher lower on Ray Davis and Ty Johnson. And if you use promo code FLOCK, you're going to be getting a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Also with promo code FLOCK as well, you are going to be getting a free Josh Allen pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tonight, and a free team review in the live streams that we are doing every single day. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. That way I know who to credit with that free team review voucher. But let's move this back over to Pooky Force's team. This is a team that was 3-2 coming into the week. We have James Cook, Breece, obviously, and we had no Neighbors. We had no Puka. Brandon Ayuk flopped. This team's probably losing this week, right? This team's probably sitting here at 3-3 now. Now, looking at what we have at quarterback, quarterback will be very important here as it's a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. So QB is going to make up a very high percentage of our starting lineup weekly. If you were wanting to go through and if you were wanting to make an adjustment, I think potentially going ahead and looking to sell somebody like CJ Stroud and a 2-for-1 deal with somebody elsewhere would make a ton of sense here. I mean, if we're looking at Jordan Love going into the future, kind of is easy to project out Jordan Love to see more passing volume than CJ Stroud at this point. While at the same time, it's not like either player is sitting here with a really safe projection for what you have specifically with their rushing upside. So, I mean, going through and looking at a team that could potentially use some help at quarterback, this team has Dak Prescott and Trevor Lawrence. So if you could potentially send them, say, CJ Stroud and Brandon Ayuk and pivot over to Chris Godwin, Devonta Smith, I think that could be something that is very interesting. Or if you wanted to potentially, I don't know, we don't need to go down that road. But looking at another team here, this team has Brock Purdy, Sam Darnold at quarterback. If you wanted to try to send them CJ Stroud, maybe and just get that wide receiver upgrade where if you could go Stroud and Puka, you're not going to be able to do that. I was going to say Forrest St. Brown, maybe Stroud and Ladd McConkey to try to get to Stephon Diggs. Maybe Stroud and Jacoby Myers to try to get to Brian Thomas. I think that could make a lot of sense if you just wanted to roll with one QB. Now, obviously, you also have the ability to just roster both quarterbacks and play the matchups between the two of them. Now, going over to what we have with our running back position. We are currently sitting with Breece Hall, James Cook, David Montgomery, DeAndre Swift, and Jonathan Brooks. So if we are looking at these 5 running backs, we have a safe floor where we know we are going to have names that we can start every single week, and we are going to have the production at the very top. Absolutely love to see it. And when you're sitting here with 4 extremely strong RB options, another possibility is if you could sell CJ Stroud in a 2-for-1 deal to get an upgraded either running back or wide receiver, then at that point, maybe you could turn around and maybe you could sell one of these depth running backs with either DeAndre Swift, who looks very exciting, or maybe with Jonathan Brooks with Jordan Love and pivot over and get to a top 3 quarterback, whether that's Jaden Daniels, whether that's Lamar Jackson, whether that's Jalen Hurts, really whoever you could get. Now, going over to wide receiver, we are sitting with Neighbors, top 10 wide receivers starting next week. Puka Nacua, long-term option, Ayuk, Ladd, Addison, Myers. So wide receivers, decent in the long term once we get Puka Nacua back in. In the short term, not so much. So one thing that I potentially would be looking to do here is if you could potentially go ahead and look to actually package together Evan Ingram with one of these wide receivers. Like if you could go with Evan Ingram and Brandon Ayuk to go get an improvement at the wide receiver position, I think that would make a lot of sense. And honestly, if we were able to make those 2-for-1 deals, then it really puts us in a comfortable position where you can go and you can pick up some of these free options off the waiver wire, where you can go ahead and pick up somebody like Roma Dunze for free. You can go ahead and pick up Keenan Allen for free. You can go ahead and pick up, say, Keon Coleman for free. So I think I would love to make as many 2-for-1 deals as we possibly can, specifically upgrade wide receiver by maybe selling the backup quarterback or selling the backup tight ends. And in that case, if you wanted to package together a depth running back to go get to an elite level quarterback with Jordan Love, that opens up that possibility for you. And also, worst case scenario, if none of those trades work out, I still would make a move in selling Jacoby Myers and picking up, not selling Myers, dropping Jacoby Myers and picking up Roma Dunze off the waiver wire for free. But thank you again for being a member of the flock and supporting the channel. Hope I was able to help you out. And let's move this over to our next question that we have on the site here. This next question is from GBLD. This is a trade question. We're 1-5. We have no running backs. Moss, Dowdle, Brooks, Rashad Spears are our guys that are tanking. I understand the thought process. You're just not getting nearly enough value. If you're 1-5, you need to sell the injured backs. You need to go just sell them for other depth running backs that we can start in the short term. The last thing you do is sell Justin Jefferson. And if you sell Jefferson, we need to get a return like, oh, we're getting Jahmyr Gibbs and Josh Jacobs. But especially, this is a 10-team league. We're thinking about it. If we go through and do this, you're going to have to drop 2 of the options near the bottom end of your team. You'd probably have to drop Tajee Spears and maybe Ladd McConkey or Roshan Johnson. So this is what the trade would actually look like. Because you're having to drop these two players if you're going to trade one guy for three. So hell no, we do not want to be doing that. Keep Justin Jefferson. I understand the thought process needing to trade for a running back, but I think you need way more if you're selling the elite asset. Now, C Buffet coming out. This is Breece versus Jahmyr Gibbs. Might be able to get more out of him with Gibbs. Has Achane, Chuba, Terry. My roster is stacked. We are 4-2. So I have Gibbs and Breece ranked RB5, RB6 rest of season. Obviously, David Montgomery is just absolutely cucking Jahmyr Gibbs here at this point. But with that being said, I'm looking at maybe an additional piece that we can get added on where this makes it a little more like a no-brainer. Where if you could get Kareem Hunt's for like Tracy, then yes, this would be a no-brainer with the Jahmyr Gibbs side. Where the initial trade, to be honest, I think it is kind of up to you. I wouldn't fault you going for either way. You're not worthy coming out with a trade question. We're currently 6-0 and looking to get ready for the playoffs. Would this be a good trade? No, we want Jonathan Taylor. If this is a super flex league, then give me the Jordan Love side. But with Nick Chubb, well, I definitely don't want to talk down on him. Nick Chubb is one of the best running backs I've ever seen. To be fair, he's not going to catch the ball. He's in a horrendous offense. Coming off a significant injury, I think you expect the efficiency to not be as high as it usually is. So yeah, I think this is kind of an easy spot to go through and take Jonathan Taylor, to be honest. Now, K. Solinier is a trade question. Andrews, Tracy, Kirk versus Puka, Dowdle. Andrews, Tracy may not be worth roster spots. If Singletary comes back, say, I don't know. Singletary comes back in week 7, you cut Tyrone Tracy. Andrews, you can maybe cut right now. I'd rather have Puka Nacua over Christian Kirk. I'd rather have Rico Dowdle over this. So easily the Puka Nacua side, even if Puka's not coming back anytime soon, not even remotely close. JBLD, Laporta Potty. We will dive into this team in just 1 second, but we did get word that the underdog picks are up for the running backs in Buffalo. So let's go ahead and let's see what their projections are. Because obviously I'm an idiot. I think we should maybe take a second look at what they have. I don't see the Bills running back here. No, they do have them. I was just looking at the wrong tab. Ray Davis is higher, lower, 57.5 total yards. Ty Johnson is higher, lower, 43.5. So, like we said, hey, I don't mean to flex on y'all, but we did have Ray Davis ahead of Ty Johnson. Y'all said Ty Johnson ahead of Ray Davis. Looking at this, give me Ray. Also, they have Ray Davis more likely to score a touchdown with 1.41x multiplier in comparison to Ty Johnson all the way up at 2.17. They have Ty Johnson higher, lower, 6 rush attempts. Ray Davis higher, lower, 12 rush attempts. Ray Davis versus Braylon Allen, 57.5 total yards versus 48.5 total yards. Ray Davis, they are more likely to score the touchdown as well. If these are the 3 running backs you are considering this week, I think you go Ray Davis. Now, of course, if you want to say, oh, Mason, underdog has no idea what they're doing. I want Ty Johnson to have 24. He's going to have 25 rushing yards this week. Then sure, you do it. Go, Mason, I have no idea what underdog is doing. They're clowns. The Ray Davis isn't going to hit 48 rushing yards this week. Sure, go take it. But for me, I think Ray Davis is RB1 in this backfield. Do they have anything out for Frank Gore Jr.? I don't think so. No, they don't. But, of course, if y'all wanted to check out any of these pick'ems over there on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat. You can find that link in the description. If you use promo code FLOCK, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you'll get a free pick for tonight's game, more than less than half a total yard for Josh Allen. And you'll get a free team review in the live streams that we are doing every single night as well. You can find that link in the live chat and the description. And if you wanted the free team review for using code FLOCK and Underdog, just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog Fantasy account. That way I know who we should hook up with the free team reviews. Now, it says we're 1-5 and we have a few trade offers. We got offered Jefferson for Hunt, Jacobs, JSN. We take it. Go get Jefferson. Got offered Jefferson and Ladd for Breece and Metcalf. Nope, I would rather have the first deal. Also trying Waddle and a running back for David Montgomery. I will just say in general, it's impossible to trade for David Montgomery right now. Good luck, but with how David Montgomery has been crushing, with how many people love David Montgomery, I think it's going to be extremely difficult for you. And then feeling like I need to get some running backs badly. Let me know if I should make a move or any other ideas that you have. Thanks, Mason. Thank you. Going to be excited to check this out. I will say I can't do the Laporta Potty name anymore. I can't do it. But we are the 5th team in the league analyzer. We are 1-5. We need points right this second. So I know you were saying, actually, maybe you were saying we trade Justin Jefferson for these other guys. If you were to trade away Justin Jefferson, you're trading Jefferson and Ladd for Breece and Metcalf on a 1-5 team where we are desperate for running back production. We would trade Jefferson for the Breece deal if you were going to do one. But like I said, in general, I'd rather hold on to Justin Jefferson. Here, looking at your team, we have the top end quarterback with Burrow. We have 2 viable tight ends. There's no real move to make at QB or tight ends. Maybe the only thing that you would do is potentially go ahead and look to cut Tucker Kraft and pick up somebody like Cole Kmet. Now, going over to what we have at quarterback, we currently are starting Joe Burrow. Don't really need to worry about this, to be honest. Going over to running back, we are currently sitting with Brooks, Dowdle, White, Moss. This is where you'd want to upgrade, and specifically how we upgrade is we sell players that have more long-term upside than they do short-term production. So if you could look at names like Jalen Waddle and Ladd McConkey, in my mind, these are great buy low candidates for a team thinking about the fantasy football playoffs. If you are thinking about the fantasy football playoffs and we are trying to get the high-end ceiling rest of season here, let's go ahead and let's buy low on Jalen Waddle and Ladd. However, on a 1-5 roster, that's no longer our priority. On a 1-5 roster, our priority at this point is to go through and really get any production in this lineup that we possibly can. So what I would personally look to do is the trades that I'm wanting to structure are ones that we trade, say, Jonathan Brooks and Jalen Waddle. I think 2 guys who actually have a lot of long-term upside. We just can't wait for it. But we trade both those names and we go get a better running back. We trade Ladd McConkey and Rachaad White, somebody who's currently injured, and we go get a running back that we feel comfortable starting right now. I think that those are the main moves that I am looking to make on a team like this. Same thing with Tajee Spears. Spears is a very easy sell candidate. If you were going to take one of the Jefferson trades, if you're trading Jefferson for Breece and Metcalf, obviously you're throwing in Ladd as well. But I think Ladd's somebody that you sell on this roster because Ladd's more long-term than short-term. But we're not trading Jefferson for the 3 players. At that point, I think that you would just be putting yourself even further in the hole, to be honest, even if we were getting in additional running backs. the deals that we are looking for, Waddle and Brooks for an RB upgrade, Ladd and Dowdle for an RB upgrade, or honestly really any three of these bottom receivers with any running back on our team in a 2-for-1 deal. But really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in somewhat here. But yeah, if you're selling Jefferson, we need a massive premium. But we have a massive dono coming out from Shane. Says, one of my league mates dropped Kareem Hunt to pick up Ty Johnson because he has James Cook, who is ruled out. I need depth in my running back room as my strongest RBs are Dobbins and Chase Brown. I have 30% of my fab left. How much should I spend to get Hunt? I'm 3-3. Thanks, bro. Shane, are you in this live chat right now? Because I want to give you the best answer I possibly can here. Please let me know if you are in this live chat. Because if this is a 12-team format, and what I'll need to know is I need to know who you're dropping to pick up Kareem Hunt. Because if this is a 12-team format with relatively deep benches, where we really need help with running back depth, I think I'd be willing to spend the rest of my fab. If you have 30% left, I think I'd be willing to spend the 30% budget, and then we'll just be rolling with only free agents from weeks 8 onwards. But if this is, yeah, so just let me know, my guy, who are you looking to drop? But if this is like a 10-team league with a shallower bench, where there are also other strong options consistently there off waivers, then it probably does become a little bit of a tougher situation. But yeah, would love to know who we are looking to drop. Okay. Yeah, I would go Ray Davis over Ty Johnson, everyone. Ray Davis over Ty. Benny says Baker or Dak rest of season. I have Baker ranked ahead of Dak rest of season. Yeah, and if Shakir's available on your waiver wire, I would go ahead and pick up Shakir. He should be good to go today. I don't think you start him, but I think you can pick him up. Shane says, it's a 10-team format. I'm big in depth at wide receiver. My running backs are Dobbins, Brown, Eckler, Allen, Chubb, and Brooks. I'm considering dropping Eckler. So Eckler's a decent player. Definitely an upgrade getting to Kareem Hunt. In that case, I don't think you blow the remaining fab budget. I think you leave a few dollars left behind for you. Like, I think in that case, I would probably look to go ahead and, if we have like 30 fab dollars, spend 25 of them. I'm still spending 90-ish percentage of our fab if Kareem Hunt's sitting out there. Because Kareem Hunt has a very real possibility at this point to be the starting running back for this Chiefs offense. And Shane with another one. And Shane, my guy, if this is the same question, never think you have to donate twice. I promise you, if you send a message on the site or anything like that, it just goes in order from oldest to newest, and we're going to get through every single one of them. So never think that. Oh, no, never mind. This is a different question. I was trying to answer it already. It's funny that. So this is funny. So Shane knew I was going to need to know what players he drops. So Dobbins, Brown. Yeah, I would drop Eckler out of those options. And yeah, thank you again. I really do appreciate you. And I hope that we are able to get Kareem Hunt. But let's move this back over and let's pull up our next few questions. I think we don't have too many more, and we can get to a bunch in the live chat. Yeah, we only have about 5 questions left. So, of course, if you get your question in, it will be answered probably within the next 10 minutes. And if you wanted to ask a question, you always go to flockfantasy.com, hit the expert advice button in the top right corner. You can send a super message, a start set question, a trade question, a full-blown team review, whatever you are wanting to do there on the site. You can find that link in the live chat that says ask a question here. Of course, if you wanted that team review, I would highly recommend taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy, or if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you're actually going to be getting a free Josh Allen pick more than less than half a total yard for tonight's game. And you'll be getting that free team review in the live stream that we're doing every single night. But JTM says, would you drop Deontay Johnson for Juju? No, I would not. Please hold on to Deontay Johnson. Now, Log says QB Cousins, Mahomes. Running backs are Montgomery, Walker, Najee. Wide receivers are St. Brown, Wandale, Nico, Downs, Christian Kirk. So pivoting from Collins to Harrison is an upgrade. Cousins to Kyler is an upgrade. We're paying Josh Downs to get it done. Absolute no-brainer. Obviously, 6-point passing touchdown format. Maybe in that case, we can't say with certainty that you'd rather have Kyler over Kirk Cousins. But assuming it's a 4-point passing touchdown league, then I think you can. So, yeah. And we're going to go ahead. We will take the Kyler Harrison side. Okay. Now, moving over to our next question. This is a trade question from C. Buffet. This is Breece and A.J. Brown versus Taylor and Gibbs. I know that we were looking at previously just trading Breece straight up for Jahmyr Gibbs. I would feel a lot more comfortable with this deal. I think that this is a great trade. I would prefer the Jahmyr Gibbs and CeeDee Lamb side. Now, Donovan says, I'm 2-4. We currently have Jamar Chase, Reed, Higgins, Bryant Thomas Jr., 3 of which currently have the same bye week. I honestly don't even care about the bye weeks. We're just going to go get St. Brown. Absolute no-brainer to get Amon-Ra St. Brown here. Still a top 10 wide receiver rest of season. The Aiden Hutchinson injury actually makes it where possibly the Detroit Lions have to throw the ball a little bit more in the second half, where they're not able to just beat teams down and run the ball over and over and over again. Yeah, so I think pretty comfortably here, to be honest. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take Amon-Ra St. Brown. Now, Pablo, with the trade question, we're looking at Chuba, Nze Flowers versus Pickens and Tony Pollard. I'd rather have Flowers over Pickens. I'd rather have Pollard over Chuba. Can we see the teams? Okay, perfect. So right now at running back, we'd have Gibbs, CMC for the long term. Wide receiver, we have Olave, Higgins, Reed. It is a very close deal. I think based off the performance that we just had with Tony Pollard, you can maybe squeeze a little bit more out of this person. I'm sorry, the performance we just had from Zay Flowers. If you could possibly get... Oh, never mind. Wrong person. If you could possibly maybe get DK Metcalf instead of Pickens, and then I'm assuming we have to throw somebody in as well. If we can throw in Dak Prescott... No, the team has Baker already. This is a tough spot. The first trade, I think, is close and it's up to you. The second deal, like if you can make this counter, if you can somehow get DK and Pollard, it'd be an absolute no-brainer. But at the same time, it is much, much easier said than done. I'd imagine that this gets auto-rejected. But could always try for it. Could always try. Now, let's pivot over and answer some of the questions that we have in the live chat. If you have any questions, please drop them in the chat. I'll be happy to try to get to as many as I possibly can. Andrew says Shakir Coleman tonight. I would prefer Keon Coleman. Keon Coleman, outside of the 1 week where you had him pseudo benched and he sat out the first half to punish him for being late. He has been at the very top of Buffalo in routes run and snaps pretty much every single week. If you go through and look at the projections on Underdog this week, it's very close. You have Keon Coleman higher lower 33.5 receiving yards. You have Shakir higher lower 31.5 receiving yards. You have Keon with a 2.09x multiplier for a touchdown. Shakir with a 2.37. Keon higher lower 7.05 fantasy points. and Shakir, they don't have a fantasy points mark on. I would prefer Keon over Shakir, especially with Shakir being banged up leading into this game. Like, there was a good shot that he did not play. So I don't know how confident we can be that he's just 100%. Okay. Gavin says, how do I get the free voucher for a team review? I signed up to Underdog 2 years ago using code FLOCK. First off, I really appreciate you sticking with me for so damn long, my guy. Second off, I am very sorry. The team review free promo that we had with Underdog did start, I want to say, September 5th. If you signed up like previously, you most likely got a different promo, such as like the free draft guide promo, right? So if somebody signed up to Underdog Fantasy this July, they got the free draft guide this year, where now obviously the draft guide's not going to help them out. Instead, they are getting the free team review promo. Tyrone says, how did your team do this week, Mason? Oh, it was beautiful. Very, very well. Okay. Wingman says, Tyler Conklin or Keon Coleman in a full PPR format. I would very, very, very easily prefer Keon Coleman. There's almost no scenario in which I want to be going through and starting a tight end in the flex spot, let alone a waiver wire tight end in the flex. Please go ahead and take Keon. Okay. Yeah, Ray Davis over Ty Johnson. I had Ray Davis over Ty Johnson before Underdog dropped their projections. Then Underdog dropped their projections, and now you can also see they have Ty Johnson higher, lower, 44.5 total yards. Ray Davis higher, lower, 58.5 total yards. So I think it's honestly, at least for me, I don't want to say easy. I want to be surprised. I don't want to come out here and act like it would be the most surprising thing in the world if Ty Johnson was the guy. But for making me pick one, I'm going with Ray Davis. Adam says, per Bills beat writer, Bills running back Ty Johnson got the first team rep in warmups with the first team offense. Frank Gore Jr. did after that. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I do not know how relevant the warmups before the game should be when trying to project out running back usage. I'll be honest. I don't know. Okay. Trent says, would you rather have Garrett or Breece? I would prefer Breece. Zach says, would you trade Addison for Brian Thomas? Yes, I would. I really hope, and I mean I really hope, that Addison crushes Brian Thomas rest of season. With the amount of teams that I have Jordan Addison on in Underdog drafts. But the reality is Brian Thomas has shown us a ceiling that is very hard to see Jordan Addison hitting with Justin Jefferson being in the same offense. So I think you can kind of easily go with Brian Thomas there. But Greg says trade St. Brown for Montgomery or Bijan. I would rather have St. Brown. Baked Oreo says Olave and Waddle for Harrison. I think it depends on your team and your format. If it's like a 10-team league where I'm going to start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, where the wide receiver depth will not be important, there in that case, I would prefer to just go ahead and I would probably just rather have the best player in Marvin Harrison. Whereas if it's like a league like the Flock League where it's a 12-team format and you can start up to 4 receivers weekly, it's a 2 wide receiver double flex. There, it's a little bit tougher to just say we want the best player where the depth's going to matter a little bit more. Okay. Now, moving this over to our next question. Ryan says, Mason and Leggett for James Cook. I'd rather have James Cook rest of season. Assuming James Cook's good to go this next week, which hopefully he is. Mustafa says, Jordan Mason a long-term running back. Depends on what your expectations are for McCaffrey. I will say for me, if McCaffrey comes back in this season, which I don't know if it's for sure happening. Obviously, I'm an idiot. I have no idea what the double Achilles tendonitis really means for his availability later in the year. I'll wait until smarter people give us some updates with him. But if McCaffrey does come back in, that day, Jordan Mason is no longer valuable in fantasy. That day, you can no longer start Jordan Mason. Okay. Dragon says Taylor or James Cook rest of season. I'd rather have James Cook pretty easily. But real quick, it looks like way less than less than 5% of y'all have hit this like button. So if you have not dropped a like on this live stream, I don't know what you're waiting for. We have live streamed every single day during the football season for now is our 5th season without missing a single day. So drop a like on the stream, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And of course, if you want to get a guaranteed answer to any question, you always can over on flockfantasy.com. Just go over to the link in the live chat, or you can go and visit the site whenever you want. If you hit this expert advice button, you can send a super message, a start sit question, a trade question, a team review. You can actually do this at any point. You don't even have to be in the live stream. I don't even have to be live streaming. Say if you were to go through and on at 3 p.m. On Tuesday when I'm not live streaming, and you ask a start sit question, that will add you to the queue. We go from oldest to newest. And even if you don't go to the live stream, when I answer it in the live stream through the site, we are going to send you a custom link that takes you to the exact time that I answered your question. So you can ask a question over there on the site at any time you want. If you want a team review, you can get one for free by going over to Underdog Fantasy and using promo code FLOCK. If you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog Fantasy, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, on top of that, you're going to be getting a free Josh Allen pick in the game tonight, more than less than half a total yard, and a free team review in the live streams that we are doing every single day. But let's move this over and go to our next question here. I don't think we have too many more questions through the site to get through. We have a trade question coming out from Donovan. This over the other trade question mark. We have McCaffrey, Chubb, Singletary, Mason, also Kelsey for rest of season. I would rather have this Bijan Robinson. I mean, this is an absolute no-brainer here if you can get to Bijan Robinson. If you have Kelsey rest of season, who cares about trading away Cole Kmet? You're effectively upgrading from Brian Thomas to Bijan Robinson. Absolute no-brainer here. No-brainer. Now, moving over to our next question, Tex Raid says, worst on team are Pickens and Gibson. Best on waiver wires are Watson, Dobbs, Keenan, Ladd, Najee. Moves if only waiver wire. So I would drop Gibson for Najee Harris. And I'd probably keep George Pickens. But I would drop Antonio Gibson for Najee Harris for sure. But I appreciate you sticking with us for so long now. Now, Donnie B's coming out with a massive dono, says, sitting at 3-3 after this week, just looking to improve where we can. Any trade options available? We both celebrated birthdays recently. Happy belated, my guy. Hope you enjoyed it. Hopefully you spent the day working like yours truly did. But anyway, sitting at 3-3, obviously well-balanced roster where we are trying to go through and we are trying to not only optimize for the short term to make sure that we keep winning games, but we can begin to think about the long term here as well. Now, first thing that I will notice is we are currently sitting with the combo of Evan Ingram and Sam Laporta. So obviously you're two tight ends with a considerable amount of value. In terms of Evan Ingram versus Laporta, it is a little bit of a tough spot. In trying to figure out, like, who should we hold? Who should we sell? While it says they're tight end 5 and tight end 8 in my rest of season ranks, I probably need to update this to illustrate exactly how close they really are. Like, they are extremely close for us at this point. Quarterback, we have CJ Stroud. Obviously, with Stroud, we're starting him every week over Aaron Rodgers anyway. So I wouldn't roster the backup quarterback here, especially when we have guys like Caleb, Tua, Lawrence, Carr on the waiver wire. If you wanted to roster a backup quarterback, I think you cut Rodgers and you pick up Caleb Williams for the long-term upside. Going over to running back, we have Kenneth Walker, Josh Jacobs, Jonathan Brooks. So great RB1, RB2, RB3 combo. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. So I personally would try to optimize for running back depth over wide receiver depth. Looking at the running backs that we can pick up off the waiver wire, there is Tyler Johnson, there is Roshan, there is Mostert. So for me, long-term, I probably would cut Mike Williams for Tyler Algier. Wide receiver, we have Lamb, Harrison, Deontay, Worthy, Rome. So great wide receiver room at the top. Obviously, with a lot of these guys being rookies as well, they are players that we can reasonably expect to get better as the season goes on. And looking at what we have at tight end, we are currently sitting with Sam Laporta and Evan Ingram. So looking at what we could potentially do with this team, I think the easy waiver wire moves are Aaron Rodgers to Caleb Williams, Mike Williams to Tyler Algier. And then I would also be looking to go ahead and possibly trade Evan Ingram or Sam Laporta with a wide receiver like Deontay Johnson or Xavier Worthy if we can get to a significant wide receiver upgrade. Now, obviously, much easier said than done. Laporta, Ingram, they are pretty much back-to-back for me in terms of how I value them. So it is really just up to what your league mates are going to be most interested in and who you'd be looking to sell. But thank you again. I really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way. And of course, wishing the best of luck. Congrats on winning this week. Now moving this over to 50 caliber Cat. 2-4 after this week. A running back room decimated. Thinking of sending this. Do you think he accepts? He is also 2-4. Kyler to Lamar upgrade. Lamb to Barkley upgrade. Etienne to Godwin upgrade. We're paying him to get Alexander Madison. If he does accept, I don't know what he's smoking, but I would definitely take it if I were you. I would want to go ahead. I'll get the Lamar, Godwin, and Barkley side. We're getting 3 relevant upgrades, and we're paying Alexander Madison and Xavier Legette to get it done. I mean, absolutely no brainer if he does accept for whatever reason. But that may have been the last question that we have on the site right now. Let me just double check. Then we get to questions in the live chat. And we have no more questions on the site currently. So if you got in your question, it would be a guaranteed answer before tonight's game. And of course, you can find that question in the live chat. But let me move over. And if you have any questions, please drop them in the chat. We'll be excited to answer as many as we possibly can. And we're also only 20 likes away from hitting 1,000 likes in the stream. So if you have not done so, hit that like button. Cam says, would you guys do Achane and Deontay for Gibbs and Devonta Smith? I would rather have Smith over Deontay Johnson. And I would rather have Jahmyr Gibbs over Devon Achane. So, personally, yes, I would, especially knowing that Gibbs and Smith are already through their bye weeks as well. Brock says, is Jalen Hurts a top 3 quarterback rest of season? I personally believe so. If you wanted to go with Lamar, if you wanted to go with Daniels over Hurts, I don't fault you for doing it. But in reality, looking at the guys like Burrow, Love, I don't think they can get to the rushing upside that you have from Jalen Hurts. Andrew says, will NFL Fantasy be added to the Flock Fantasy website at some point, or at least a manual way to add the players and leagues? I'm really hoping so. For now, obviously, we are currently just linking with Sleeper, ESPN, and Yahoo. I would love to have NFL Fantasy here as well. It is just very difficult to get public access to NFL Fantasy's APIs. So I would love to include NFL Fantasy here, but for now, the free linking may just be with the Sleeper, ESPN, Yahoo. Maybe more of a 2025 thing than it is 2024. Okay. John says, would you drop Deontay Johnson for Juju Smith-Schuster? No, I would not. Sledgerin says, Davis or Kamani Vidal as a stash? You go Ray Davis for sure, because you get to see what happens in about 30 minutes. Jay says, would you trade Neighbors and Barkley for Henry and A.J. Brown? Non-PPR format for sure, because I think Henry and A.J. Brown have more touchdown upside. Full PPR format, I think you get noticeably more receptions for Neighbors and Barkley. Mustafa says, is Aaron Jones a good long-term running back, or is he injury prone because of his age? It's very difficult to label a player injury prone, of course. Good news is with Aaron Jones, he had the week to recover with his bye. We'll get some more practice reports coming out soon, but I think Aaron Jones is a solid long-term running back too. I would rather have Ray Davis over Ty Johnson myself. John, I've answered your question 5 times now. Cannon says, do you think Breece will outscore Garrett by more than 8 points in a full PPR format? If you were giving me betting odds and you were saying, Mason, would you rather have Breece +8? I'm sorry, Breece -8 versus Garrett Wilson. I'm for sure taking Garrett Wilson. Like Garrett Wilson +8 points versus Breece Hall. Give me Garrett Wilson. Kmart says Ty Johnson or Keon Coleman. Full PPR format, I'd rather have Keon Coleman. Edgar says, Mason, is Tajay Spears a drop or a hold in a 12-team half PPR format? At this point, I'd rather have somebody like Tyler Algier over him. So, I mean, if Algier is on the waiver wire, yeah, I probably would go ahead. I probably would. Drop Tajay Spears. Tyrone says, Mason, what's the biggest miss so far this season? My biggest misses this year, well, the first one, not even remotely close, is ranking Josh Jacobs ahead of Derrick Henry coming into the season. Obviously, that could not look, I'm pretty sure Derrick Henry has doubled the points of Jacobs so far this year. It can't look any worse than it does. And our second worst call, it's not that bad. It's not like he's been that disappointing of a round 4 pick. But it's just that we kind of went all in on it, not only in the videos, but also my own teams, is I went very heavy into Sam Laporta in round 4. I thought round 4, Sam Laporta was a really nice spot. And I was honestly really excited about drafting him there. And we did a lot. Okay. Andrew says trade JSN for Devontae Adams. Yeah, I'd definitely rather have Adams. Riley says PBR start Ray Davis, Mike Williams, or Tyler Conklin. I would rather go Ray Davis over them. Dylan says, what about not taking Neighbors, the 2-3 turn in Underdog? Not taking Neighbors at the end of the second round. Obviously, Neighbors looks great so far this season, but honestly, I stand by it. I think the process was 100% correct. And the reason I'm looking at the Laporta and Jacobs calls being much worse is because looking back on them, not only are the results really bad, but I want to say like the thought process was really bad as well. Like there's no way I can justify it. Going through with Malik Neighbors, we said this is an elite talent, but take him in the second round and what projects to be out a very bad offense. The offense has to be much better than what projections have it as, and that's exactly what needed to happen. And obviously it has been. But win for Mike coming out with a trade question on the site here. This is Jefferson, Puka, Dowdle versus Cook, Olave, St. Brown. Jefferson to St. Brown, lateral move up to you. A Puka Nacua for Chris Olave, downgrade. Rico Dowdle, James Cook, upgrade. I go with the James Cook, Amon-Ra, St. Brown side. But honestly, I do think it's kind of a personal preference, and you can go either way if you would like. But let's move this back over. And of course, if any of y'all wanted to check out any of those picks over there on Underdog Fantasy for tonight's game, it's not too late. You can find that link in the live chat and in the description. If you use promo code FLOCK, you're going to be getting a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you'll be getting that free Josh Allen pick, more than less than half a total yard for tonight's game. And you'll be getting a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000 plus a free team review. You can find that link in the live chat as well as the description. But I think that should be about it for this stream. Obviously, we are really, really close to kickoff. Much love. I will be live streaming after the game tonight, talking about everything that happens. Hopefully we get a good one, but honestly, I'm a little bit worried that this is about to be a stinker.